Good morning. What's going on? How are we doing today? We're going to try to push as close as we can to 60 today. We're going for it. So we'll see. We'll see. See what we can do. The camp that I did want to do is no longer accessible or no longer available. There we go. Aye. So we're gonna go, I guess, to Salmon. We could try to go in where around the corner where we tried that one time, and there were too many mobs there. See if it's available or not. Maybe get that lantern that's up there. How was your weekend? It was good. You can, right? Yeah, I mean, I think you and, I mean, Andy could, but I don't know if he would. He would probably use it sometimes when he's not charming. Soda. You did get a Pale Lantern drop? Nice. I didn't think it was that common. I've seen so many of those. I guess it's way more common than it used to be. I saw like a couple people linking it yesterday. So one of the skull items? Yeah. People are going to be camping that stuff for sure. Man, I technically could use one of the skull items just for the HP boost. It's kind of weird. I feel like they don't have good belt items like that for fighters. Like most of those items are geared towards casters. People are always camping it? Yeah. Gith was camping it for a while. Let's see. All right, I got 70 wood. That'll last for a little while. Yeah. I want to see items like that for all bag slots. I mean, I kind of do, kind of don't. Get closer to 60? Yeah. I mean, I'm not technically 59 yet, but I will be before too long. Sometime during the stream. It's a serious trade-off. You have to give a satchel a backpack. I mean, it's 8 slot bags for me right now. That's pretty big. I mean, a satchel is only, what, 10 slots? So, I don't know. I don't know if I like it or don't like it. I mean, I think it's cool. It's neat, but it's definitely a trade-off. It would, for me, it would be more like a min-max kind of thing. You know, you go get it specifically for like big fights to have the maximum stats. Are there special bags in the world with reduced weight? No, there's not. There's crafted bags that you can make that have more capacity. So, like, you normally start out with a pouch that's just 6 slots, and then you can craft ones with 7, 8, 9, and then I think eventually 10 slots. Me too. Large bag to the far left. What, this right here? Or this backpack? It's just a cotton backpack. Yeah, I'd be okay with it. Yeah, I'm gonna eventually try to get the linen backpacks. You can't read the containers. Yeah, cotton backpack, and then this is a tome, enchanter's tome, and then tailoring kit, leatherworking kit, and then cotton pouches. Holy moly! Why are there so many bodies up here? I mean, is this what we're gonna end up doing? Everybody just pulls their corpse here and like just have clerics sit here rezzing people all day. I could see this becoming like a central hub for things. It will be trained a lot. That might be why there's a lot of bodies here. It's because people train through here all the time. At least a couple of the bodies. Nice. Yeah, it's so dumb. Dun da 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 dun da da da. I feel like a superhero with my cape. Whee! I'm like a little cannonball dwarf. Just inside Crushbone, always pile of bodies. Yeah. I feel like certain places in this game are just always going to have piles of bodies. I hope they start to they increase the difficulty in some of these areas. Because like I don't feel like the game is hard enough to really justify piles of bodies. At least yet. Like recovering corpses and stuff is pretty easy, to be honest. Especially if you have like a rogue with stealth. Pretty much just run down, grab your corpse. Not hard. Little over 1 yellow. It's not too bad. Yeah, we might be able to get it. Well, yeah, it depends on how it does today up here. Good morning, John. Yeah. Yeah, special guy. Very special guy. Yeah, he said something about that. Sean did. He said they're keeping an eye on who like constantly is petitioning people. Summon and reagents, coffin a thing? Yeah, you can do that. It's 10 gold to summon a corpse, which isn't too bad, but yeah. You want to stay here or go down to the other rock? Oh, over here for the is it close enough? It should be good right here. Right? Where I'm standing. Okay. Came for the Ledger stream? Heath Ledger stream? Yeah, I don't know if where Atomic Frog is. I haven't seen Atomic Frog in since I got back. All right, I should be good. Let me know when you're ready. Good morning. No updates? No update yet. We'll see. We'll see if we get an update soon. Nope, add. What's your goal at 60? You gonna gear up before wipe or just attempt some raid style content for kicks? We're gonna do a little bit of grinding out some stuff, like go like gearing a little bit, exploring, learning where some certain mobs spawn and items drop. We might do a raid this weekend. What is it to see? New UI settings and adjustments? There aren't any that I know of yet. Did they actually send out something? I haven't looked this morning. I don't see anything new here. I mean, you can move stuff around in the UI. Like, you talking about these things? Like this? Or are you talking about, wait. /edit UI, does that work? No, I don't think that works. It's UI edit. Oh, this right here? Yeah. I haven't messed with it yet. I haven't messed with it. But you can do that. But yeah, I haven't done anything with it. Yeah, that's something that Encrypt did. He set up But I haven't really messed with it yet. Maybe one day. How much buffer do you have in your level? Okay. So you can die. But yeah, that's true. Free weekend I spent first 4 hours setting up, learning the UI. Yeah. It's definitely something. There's a little bit of a learning curve there. Like just getting into the game and just starting the game, there's a bit of a learning curve. I need to make some arrows. 'Cause I will definitely run out today. We'll make the 200 for now. That'll last me for a little bit. What's today? Is today Monday? I think today's Monday. Hopefully, we can do some fun stuff. Maybe when our other friend gets on, we'll do something different. I don't know what time he'll be on though. I don't know what time he stayed up till. He stayed up like super late. I feel like I'm missing one strength. I don't know. Oh, I know what it's from. Okay. Do 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 do. Good morning, Todd. How you doing, bud? Pretty good, decent Monday already. Let's see how it goes. Yeah? Yeah, I had a pretty good weekend. Well, it's all good. We're up to level 7 on the PvP server. Oh, I just thought you were getting some buffer. I didn't care. Hey, what's up, Hyper Taco? How you doing, bud? How's the time away? It was great. Yeah, we had a good time. We watched the Mario movie. Walked around downtown area. It's a small town. Walked around downtown and did some stuff there. Hung out with family. Sat around the fire pit. Made some s'mores. You know, good time. Good time. Those are the kind of good vacations, you know. I feel like some vacations are like just go, 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 go. Then you have those vacations that are much more chill and laid back. Nice. You actually have a s'more emote? That's fun. Fun, fun, fun. I don't want to get the noble people. There's nobles. Filthy nobles. Oh my gosh, come faster. Before that servant comes out. Now the nobles will run when they get low on health, so I don't really want to grab those. They're a pain in the buttski. Yeah, I'm curious how that PvP server is going to be. I'm glad you're able to get up to level 7, though, without too much issue. Hopefully people aren't ruining the experience already in the beta. It'd be kind of awful if they did, you know. Kind of awful. Come here, servant. What is this bag? Why do I have a cotton bag here? Oh, shoot. Myrmidon. We're going this way. Myrmidon. I gotta keep up with my damage shield now. Ugh. Have there been any dev streams recently with updated about class working? No, there have not. I'll definitely let you guys know on YouTube once we have any information on that, because that's gonna be big information. But Sean has been away all week last week. he might stream today, maybe. His stream days are usually Monday, Wednesday, or Friday, or any of those days. And he said that he was going to be back this weekend and then possibly stream, so we'll have to see. He doesn't have like a set schedule per se. But yeah, if he does stream, I will definitely do a recap of that stream. And if they do anything with class updates, I will definitely be doing a video on that. You know, if there's as long as there's enough information. Like, you know, there might be a situation where there's just not enough information about it, you know. Recap's top notch. I appreciate it. I try to keep everyone informed on the ongoings of Monsters and Memories. A lot of misinformation out there, so I try to... How did Buff and Stuff get up here, too? Wasn't Buff and Stuff down at the bottom? The heck? Guys everywhere. Apparently he's not buff nor stuff. He just did. But yeah, I want to make sure that you all are informed on you know what's happening with the game. So if there's any good like big news, you'll definitely hear it from me. But there really hasn't been any big news lately. Really should make the level 4 or 6 at least before you're allowed to be PvP. Yeah, well, yeah. One person killed you the second you hit level 2. That's exactly the reason, 100% the reason why PvP is not going to work on this game. Like, you hit level 2 and then somebody's literally watching you and just like, kill you. Ha ha ha, you suck. Like, that's... It's awful, dude. Like, why do people do that? And it was probably, I'm just making assumptions here, but it was probably from somebody that was higher level, like, you know, level 4 or whatever, level 5. And there's no way you could have beat them in PvP at level 2. It's just dumb. Just dumb. Something you'll basically always get from Criddle's videos is a glaring absence of speculation. Way too many people try to fill in the gaps of what they believe is being communicated instead of what is actually being communicated by the devs. Exactly. Yeah. That's yeah. Exactly, Izod. Like I don't try to speculate like, well, they said this. Does it mean this or does it mean that? No, I don't do that. Here's what was said. Verbatim, like this is exactly what was said, and here's exactly what it means. You know, I'm a pretty straightforward person. So I appreciate that you picked up on that, iTodd. You know, hopefully people enjoy that and like that kind of stuff. PvP for the most part never works. PvP is toxic in games. I agree, Bash. I 100% agree. Yeah. You got him back at level 4? Nice, nice. The difference at those low levels is way too high. It is, yeah, yeah. A level 5 being able to take out a level 2, like, come on. Like, because you get your level 4 nuke on a wizard, you're probably one-shotting a level 2. You know? We talk about that stuff on the stream, which is fine because you can expand on what you mean, but the recaps are just facts, which is nice. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I mean, I could talk, you know, like on the stream, like you're saying. I like to speculate on what's going on. I like to talk about how things work and my opinions and things of that nature. I do that a lot on the stream, and I'm happy to go and elaborate on that. Absolutely happy to elaborate on that, because not everybody's going to agree with me on my point of view, and that's okay. You know, I'm not mad at people for not agreeing with me. You know, we're all going to have our opinions on where the game should go and how it should go and all that kind of stuff. And, yeah, I'm happy to discuss it. How do you feel about the state of the game and their ability to deliver a consumer-ready early access in less than 2 months? Not great, Glyph. Not great. I'm a little worried. I'm nervous. I think nervous is probably the best word. Like, a few months ago when they announced early access, I was like, cool. We're on track. We're going to get things done. But then, since beta has been out, the rate of change has not been nearly fast enough for early access to be coming out in June. It just hasn't. Like, I was a little skeptical a couple months ago when we first got into beta. I was like, it's going to be a tight timeline. There's a lot of pressure going here. You know, there's a lot of things that I think need to be changed and fixed, etc. Because going from alpha, I knew a lot of things needed to be fixed. There's still issues from alpha that are in the beta, and they have not been resolved. And that is concerning to me because, you know, are we going to get these resolutions? You know, maybe some of the things that I have issues with are not going to be resolved. Maybe they don't find them to be issues. So we'll have to see. I'm very nervous, and we'll have to see what happens. Having a specific area for PvP, like in WoW, is best idea. Class will be adjusted for PvP use, not PvE. Yeah. I mean, I don't want to see PvP areas in a PvE server other than maybe like an arena or something. You know, like those are fine. But having like zones dedicated to PvP, you know, I just feel like it's a waste of resources, waste of energy. I just don't want to see it. I believe that the faction-based PvP server would work. Yeah, faction-based PvP server could work. Yeah. I would agree with that. But I just don't see them doing that anytime soon. But the game's got to get popular. I love it, though. That's the problem. I kind of wish the normal game had areas or certain areas that have PvP enabled or something. Not everyone. Yeah. I mean, I get that. But I'm just like, it's a waste of resources, in my opinion, to try to get those areas into the game. Ah, dang it! It's a noble. That's all right. We can still do the noble. I just don't like to do the noble. We're gonna have to pull these. I actually have to pay attention when there's a noble, because I gotta stop it from running. But I thought after Mr. Kirkland was gone, everything was magically good. No, yeah, like I mean, no, it's not gonna be magically good or bad or anything. I don't think that Nick not being on the team, I don't think that's going to necessarily make everything better or worse. It's just going to be a change. I didn't necessarily like the direction that Nick went with a lot of the classes. I disagreed with him a lot. But that doesn't necessarily mean that anything is going to change with the classes, because that depends on what the rest of the team is working on, you know. There's things that Zillith has done that I disagree with. So it's not really a Nick ruined the game, in my opinion. It's you know, Nick had some choices that I didn't agree with. Zillith had some choices that I didn't agree with. So, and still don't agree with. Okay. Yeah, those were kind of annoying. I was watching it to make sure I stunned it. But all right, yeah, I'm going to try to pull as few as possible. There's only like 2 spawns, I think, that can be those. I always thought Lake Wrath should be PvP zone in OGEQ. Maybe. I don't remember going to Lake Wrath very often. There was that large arena, though, that was PvP arena in EverQuest 2 or EverQuest 1. EverQuest 2 also had an arena in the Flames update, the first big update after Tier 5. What was it called? But yeah, people didn't really use it. I don't remember ever using it. All right, this will be another noble woman. Only go to the arena or pass through? Yeah. I mean, they could do that. They could do a whole zone, I guess. The thing is, though, if they did a whole zone for PvP, let's speculate on that. So let's say they make a whole zone. Do they put monsters in it? They put enemies in it? Or is it just an open zone with nothing in it except for allowing players to PvP each other? If they do put monsters in it, do they itemize those? Do they put any type of loot on them? You know? I would say no to both of those things. I would say if they're going to do a zone like that, make it no enemies whatsoever. Put some guards at the entrance to it and let people just have at it. GMs used to hold best of the best and you get the title if you won. Yeah, that was fun. Like the best of the best thing was pretty fun. Like that was neat. Oh my god, there's a maiden now. I guess there's gonna be 3 possible ones. Yeah. Not a PvPer at all. If you have PvP at all, to be better in PvE, I stopped playing the game. Yeah, yeah. I agree with you on that, Bash. Like, I don't mind a little bit. Like, I played Arcage. And in Arcage, majority of the game was PvE focused. However, there was PvP in it. And, you know, I did participate in some of the PvP, but I preferred not to. I entered all of them with my wizard. Beat the monk using blink and quick nukes. Nice. I only entered the like big free for all enchanter one. So it was like all enchanters enter the arena at the same time and slaughter each other. That's the only one that I did. And I lost. I did not win. I mean, it was back then though. It was like the gear was so different between classes or between players. You know, you had like the top enchanter on the server that had tons of resists and just had like all the gear to be able to do everything. I'm sitting over there in like my measly gear. Newcomer here, could you briefly explain your combat and bars? So yeah, over here on the far right are my abilities. This is what like I use to do various things like damaging and reducing armor and taunts and interrupts, stuns. Stuff like that. So these are all my abilities over here. On the bottom middle of the screen, this is my hotbar that you can put various things on. I don't really use it a whole lot, but I do have my macro for my combat here that I do click often. And then you could just like swap weapons and things. Right above my head is my stats, my mini stats pop out. All the way in the top left corner is my health bar, my mana bar, which I don't use, my endurance bar, and then the enemy that I'm fighting, their health bar all the way in the top left as well. And then all the way across the top here, these are all my buffs, my current buffs. So that's pretty much the UI. Combat in this game is pretty slow and deliberate. So you don't have to worry about, you know, crazy things happening all the time. If things start to get crazy, you're probably going to die. If it gets too crazy. There are, you know, ways that you can prevent it, but yeah. So, yeah, that's pretty much it. If you have a specific question on something, on what it does, I can try to explain that. What made those tourneys so great is you could have 5 wizards and they will all have different spells loaded or clickies. Yeah. Yeah, the clickies changed a lot too. Like, oh, nice. Yeah, on early access, I'll probably get one of those just for min-maxing because it's got stamina on it. Don't care now. But, yeah, for early access, I'll probably go camp one at some point. Yeah, it'll be good for you, too, like, just to have the extra stamina. All right, let me see if I can catch up on some chat here. Was talking about the arena and WoW. Yeah. I know what you're talking about, Brian. I got you. Very nice. Thank you very much. Was wondering, since you said macro, all your abilities 1 through 8 on macro, all your abilities seem to go off. So there is a macro for 1 through 5. So I go click on macro here. So I've got a macro right here, and it casts 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's going to try to trigger my Rend, Frenzy, Armor Break, Taunt, and Kick, which are my abilities on the far right, 1 through 5. 4, which is Taunt, and 5, which is Kick, they're off of global cooldown. So if they are available, they will automatically trigger. If the other abilities, however, are all on the same global cooldown, so 1 through 3 it'll try to trigger 1 if it's available. If not, it'll try to trigger 2 if it's available. If not, it'll try to trigger 3 if it's available. If it triggers one of those, it puts all of them on a global cooldown of like 1.5 seconds. So that's why you see all of these triggering, right? Now, down here, 7, or sorry, we'll go with 6 first. 6 is also off of global cooldown and has its own cooldown. So I can use that to stun at any time. 7 shares a cooldown with 4. So whenever I use Taunt, it triggers 7. Or if I use Battle Cry, it'll trigger Taunt, right? So they're on the same cooldown. So it looks like they're triggering all at once. Disarm is also on the same cooldown as 1 through 3. But if I actually trigger it, it's got a 1 minute cooldown on it. So it's like it's got the global cooldown with 1 through 3. So every time I use 1 through 3, any of those, it'll trigger my global cooldown of disarm. So that's why it appears that all of those abilities are going off. They're actually not all going off. It's just triggering the global cooldown for some of them. I think I know what your main hand is, but what is your offhand weapon? My offhand weapon is the Mace of Malice, which is decent. It's not great, but it's decent. Can you make macros for talking to? You can make macro, like to message somebody. Yeah, you can make a macro do any command in the game. So like slash say blah 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 whatever. You can make macros for literally any command. You can only have 5 lines though of macros. You could do a train macro, yeah. Very nice, makes much more sense now. Also, can you keybind macros? Yes. So I have my macro down here at the bottom of the screen on that hotbar as my 0 key. So whenever I hit my numpad 0 or any button that I have configured to hit numpad 0, because I also use my mouse. So my mouse button right here, my thumb button, also triggers numpad 0. So yeah, anytime that I hit that particular button, it will trigger my macros. Or my one macro. I'll do that in a second. Yeah. Yeah, it's very good. Yeah, a lot of people have asked that question though, Gore. Like, why all of my abilities trigger at once? They think that a fighter is able to trigger like all of their abilities, and they're all off global cooldown and things like that. And it's just, yeah, it looks a little confusing. So I totally get it. Totally understand. When fighter gets dual wield, do you want a fast primary weapon to proc dual wield, or does it not matter? It does not matter. You want to have the highest ratio in your main hand, at least as far as I can tell. And then for your offhand, you just want to have a good ratio weapon. Yeah, it does not seem to matter. Do fighters actually get triple attack? Yes, they do at level 55. But it doesn't work the way that people think it does. It is not some be-all, end-all amazing ability. I will show you triple attack. Can I make this bigger? I can't make this bigger. But triple attack right here, and it's 1 of 1, which means that you just have the ability to triple attack. It does not mean that every attack is a triple attack. It does not mean that your DPS just skyrockets into oblivion or anything like that. People are blowing triple attack way out of proportion. Way out. Is it nice? Yes, it does add damage. But it's like when you swing your weapon, you have a chance to double attack, and you have a chance to triple attack. So, for example, like my double attack, just for comparison, double attack is right here, and I have 250 out of 250 in double attack, which means that every time that I swing my weapon, it checks, do you double attack? And I have 250 out of 250, which is a pretty high chance, right? So it'll oftentimes double attack. Triple attack being 1 out of 1 just means that every once in a while you have a chance of doing it. It's a really low chance. So sometimes I will have a triple attack. So every once in a while there will be 1 additional attack that happens, and it's not that big a deal. Yeah, it's like a melee proc. Yeah. It's the greatest DPS I ever saw. Exactly. DPS increase from triple attack is so minimal. You might kill an additional 2 mobs over a course of a 7-hour session. Maybe. Yeah. Something like that. It's really small. Like, it's not that big a deal. Not as big as people are making it out to be. I think that Myrmidon will move here in a second. I'm going to wait for that Myrmidon to move. What's my swimming at? Like 40 maybe? I can check in a second. It is worth leveling, though, yes. If you go out swimming a bunch. Swimming is at 50 out of 100. But it absolutely is worth leveling swimming. If you're going out like in shallow shoals or something and you're going to be doing a lot of swimming, it's definitely worth it. Where do fighters rank for DPS then? Fighters are not a DPS class. So I would not consider them. If you want to play a DPS class, pick a different class. They are not considered DPS. Fighters are tanks. And I know a lot of people are like, yeah, but they can be. They can flex into... Stop. Just stop right there and forget that. If fighters are competing for DPS with DPS, they need to be lowered. They are too high. And they need to be nerfed. And I will advocate for that nerf as much as I possibly can. Even though I play a fighter, they are not DPS. So, now where they rank, which was the actual question, they're pretty good DPS for being a tank. They're up there. I would say that right now they're probably as good, if not better, than a monk. They're definitely better than a rogue, which they shouldn't be. And these things are going to change. Should change, better change. So just keep that in mind. I would say that most DPS classes, though, are going to be higher. So like Ranger, Spellblade is definitely higher. Archer is definitely higher. Your Elementalist, your Wizard, those are all going to be higher damage. So your fighter will probably be the top or tied for the top DPS for a tank. Golly, I got like an eyelash, something tickling, or some hair somewhere. Something's going on. It's weird. Fat ogres float. They might. Ogres will definitely run where small classes have to swim. Ogres have a distinct advantage in shallow shoals. For sure. Got into the PvP beta last Friday. It is crazy. How many people did they invite to the PvP beta? It seems like a lot. I keep seeing people like, I got in. Spent the whole weekend in Wormsbane leveling a cleric. The expected PvP behaviors were obviously present, but otherwise amazing game. Thanks for streaming. Yeah. Yeah, the PvP, man, it's gonna be rough. Appreciate the non-wishful thinking answer. Yeah. No worries, Overture. No problem at all. Like, if anybody tells you that fighters are DPS, unless it's a dev, I would not believe it. I'd just be like, nope, you're wrong, because they are wrong. If it's a dev if a dev says fighters are considered to be DPS classes, then definitely come and tell me and let me know and show me where they said that, because I would be very interested to see it or hear it or know it or whatever, because they are not. They're not DPS. And they will not flex into DPS. So you're not going to like... Another thing that people think this game is you're going to be able to take a class, like a primary role of a fighter, which is a tank, and be able to like, oh, we already have a tank in our party. Let's invite the fighter, though, to do DPS. You can do that, sure, if you want to, but you're better off actually inviting a DPS to your party. Adding a fighter to your group that is not tanking is a net negative to your group. So you don't want to do that in most cases, unless you're just friends with the person, you're helping them out or whatever. You know, or if you're like main tanking something, you know, and you want to have the fighter buffs or whatever. You know, there's very specific reasons, but you don't want to put a fighter in for DPS. Same thing if you have like, you already have a cleric or a healer in your group and a druid, and there's a druid out there, and you're like, hey, we need a DPS. Invite the druid and they can DPS. Sure, a druid can DPS, but a DPS class will be better than a druid. Druid is primarily a healer. So just keep that in mind. If you invite these classes, your party efficiency will go down. Unless you need a second backup healer, which, you know, might be the case. Like, oh, we need 2 healers for some fights, so we're going to add a druid, you know, to do DPS and spot heal when needed, which can be another strategy depending on you. But I just, like, I'm just tired of people being like, oh, yeah, I can flex into these other roles. And it's like they don't flex. You know, a healer is going to be a good healer. They're not going to be a good DPS. A tank is going to be a good tank. They're not going to be a good DPS or healer or whatever. That's been going around a lot. Because it's mostly because of like World of Warcraft. Oh, a fighter, a warrior in World of Warcraft can also do very high DPS, you know, but they can also tank. And that is not the case necessarily here. You're only ganked once as a noob? That's good. I'm glad you were only ganked once. How's dual boxing, etc. in Monsters of Memories? You can dual box. Not on the beta server. They have actually restricted dual boxing on the beta server. But they will have servers that are available for multi-boxing when early access goes live. And you can box as much as you want. And it's not hard to do. It's relatively easy. You just load up another client and you're good. You don't have to do anything special, whatever. You just load up a second client and start playing. Now, you're not going to be able to use things like macro quest and those kind of things. I mean, I'm sure you can use those things, but they are looking for those, and they do not want people using those, and they will ban your account if you do use those and are caught. So I don't recommend using those, so use them at your own risk, but yeah. They did 1,000 total plus 1,000 buddy keys. So only seen 300 something players at once on the PvP server at peak times in a weekend. So they did 1,000 keys specific to PvP. Wow, that's actually quite a lot. That's what I love to do too, but on my server. And the flip side is secondary tank means you can handle bad pulls or harder mobs or ads or trains. It's never, it's not an absolute. Like, when I say that, you know, you don't want to do that, that's just for efficiency, min-max reasons. You're better off, though, if you had, instead of getting a second tank, getting a crowd control class, you know? Like, there's almost never a reason to have 2 tanks in a party. You're better off, instead of getting a second tank, getting another DPS, getting a CC like an enchanter or a bard or, you know, anything else that can CC mobs. You're generally speaking better off doing that. Excuse me. They did the first round 500 plus buddy last Tuesday and 500. That's awesome. I'm glad they're getting a lot of people in. Even if it's PvP, you know, people can check it out. My second box would be full-time crafter, banker. Yeah. I mean, yeah, multi-boxing is good. Like, I've got access to a lot of extra accounts. Account sharing is not against the rules in this game. They just say do it at your own risk. And if an account gets banned because somebody you shared it with is a terrible person, well, that's on you. They're not going to fix that. So because of that, you know, my group of friends, we share accounts often. You know, like Gith here, for example, has access to Criddle, and he can play him whenever he wants if he needs like a tank for some reason. The only issue is right now is that we're on a non-box server, so it's kind of, you know, pointless because we can't box each other. It'd be nice if we could, but can't. So, well, we're not supposed to. Let's put it that way. You can. They don't have anything blocking boxing on this server. You're not supposed to. And if they catch you, they will, you know, stop you from doing it. Especially since so many DPS have taunt to let them do short off tank or something. Yeah, there's 3 DPS that have taunt. You have a ranger, spellblade, and monk. All have the taunt skill. So if you need somebody to off tank, I would recommend grabbing one of those. They're going to be better DPS. Right now, I would say the fighter is probably equal to, if not better than the monk. But hopefully in the future, they'll get the monk adjusted and make them a little bit better. But yeah, you're going to want to have one of those DPS just taunt off a mob or whatever, or hold a mob temporarily. You're just better off doing that. I want to play fighter so bad because I love it, but I want to DPS with two-hander. Might have to main Spellblade. Spellblade would not be great with a two-hander. You can do it, but it would not be great with a two-hander. So just keep that in mind. If you can dual wield, you're probably better off dual wielding. The only classes that are really good with two-hander are the knight classes. I think that they need like a berserker class. They could take the fighter if they wanted to. This is all theoretical. It is not currently the case. But with this class update that they're doing, they could take the fighter, take away its ability to dual wield, take away its plate armor, give it like leather armor and two-handed weapons, and then give them like special two-handed weapon abilities. They could absolutely do that. That's my fear right now of what's happening with this class update, is that we need to be able to see what these classes are supposed to be so we know what to roll when early access starts. They could fundamentally change any of these classes to something that we don't understand. Like, it doesn't make sense. Like, they could take a shaman, for example, and make it more like a, the totem using shaman from World of Warcraft, which is more of a DPS class, right? Instead of a healer. So, you know, will they do that? Who knows? We'll have to see what this update has in store. I hope they don't do that because I plan on playing a tank. Man, I cannot see for the life of me right now. Driving me. Oh, shoot. Ah, crap. I got 2. Damn it. Did I? Wait, maybe I didn't. Okay, good. I must have canceled that arrow right as it shot. Class update, any summary what they've said to expect? They haven't. So the class update, they basically have just said, like a couple weeks ago, they basically said that there's a big class update coming. They're wanting to go through every single one of the classes. They might take away some abilities. They might add some abilities. But it's supposed to be a pretty substantial change to some classes. Some classes may not change at all. Other classes may change drastically. But they want to make sure that we know and we are aware of what each class's like fundamental foundation, whatever, what they're supposed to be before early access hits. I personally feel like not much is going to change as far as their vision of what it was in the future. That looks really cool, by the way. I want to call this out. I just saw a drake right here, just like hovering right here. Oop, hang on. Like off in the distance next to this tree that's like in this gap right here. And it looked really awesome. Yeah, she's like this Drake up there. That looks really cool. I love that about this game. Anyway. But yeah, like, I don't think they're going to change much, to be honest. Like, people are trying to say that, oh, they're going to change all this stuff and it's going to be, you know, such a drastic change. I don't think it's going to be a drastic change for what I already believe the classes to be, right? But there's a lot of people out there that believe some of these classes are not what they are. Like, I use the fighter as an example because it's the one that I hear the most. People thinking that the fighter can be a DPS class. The devs want to make sure that we as the players are aware the fighter is not, in fact, a DPS class. It is a tank. And they want to kind of stop that assumption that it is something that it is not. So, same thing, like you don't want to have somebody start up a druid and be like, I'm going to play a druid as a DPS. I'm going to gear it as a DPS and really play it as a DPS. That is not the plan for the druid. But could they change that? Yes, if they wanted to. But I don't think they're going to. You're assuming that you have a choice in the matter of pugs. You get what come across, and having 2 tanks in a not for group, you discover like you. So I can talk about that for a second too. If you do that, you're hurting your group. Flat out. Period. You're hurting your group. If you... And I understand, I'm not assuming that you anything about pugs, right? I'm not assuming at all. What I'm saying is, if you have a group of 5 people, and you already have a tank, you already have a healer, you have some DPS, you have some CC, and the only person available to you is another tank, it is not worth your time to add in that other tank. It will hurt your group. That is something I'm trying to get changed. I'm trying to get them to understand. Full group XP is the worst XP in the game. So if you are not perfectly min-maxing your group, like making a very efficient, perfect group, you are hurting your group. So you can do it. I'm not saying don't do it. If you have friends or whatever that are 2 tanks and you want to play together, by all means do it. Have fun. Enjoy yourself. What I'm talking about is efficiency of a group. Adding in a second tank is a net negative, period, end of subject. I'm not kidding you on this, right? This is not speculation. This is 100% like it will hurt your experience, your actual XP gains. So if you want to do it, go ahead. But I promise you it's a net negative. So even if you have, like, that's why you don't see these pugs. I think if I'm in a pug and I have 3 people in my party and I see somebody LFG, I should invite them, right? You would think inviting somebody to your party should ultimately just be a positive to the group. And in that case, like, if I have another tank that's willing to join the group, you should be wanting to add them. You should say, yeah, we have a spot in the group. You know, join up, you know, enjoy the fun, and let's all get XP together. You should absolutely want to do that. Right now, you don't, if you're trying to actually be efficient. So that's why I'm talking about it so much, is because I find it to be a problem. You're going to end up with people that are just not inviting people to their party. There's a reason that Gith and I sit here in duo. You know, like, there's a reason we're doing it this way, because it's faster. It's way faster XP. So I hope that they fix that. So anyway, that's where I'm going with that, right? Don't think that you know, if you're in a pug and you want to invite somebody, invite them. Like, that's totally up to you. Just know that it's going to slow your XP down. I'll give you my account. Get him to 60. No thanks. No thanks. If Elon has a 60 anything, you know he didn't do it. Probably not. What's better for fighter, though? Dual wield or two-handed? I would say it depends on the weapons you have. So you want to always look at the damage delay ratio of your weapons. Generally speaking, dual wield is probably better if you can do it. So for a fighter, since they can dual wield, you're most likely better off dual wielding. But if you get a really good two-handed weapon can be really good. There are some two-handed weapons in the game that are like top-notch, really, really good two-handed weapons. That would be probably better than dual wielding majority of items. So like the best two single-handed weapons in the game are going to be better to dual wield than the best two-handed weapon in the game. But the best two-handed weapon in the game will beat out a lot of dual wield weapons. So it literally depends on what you have. Druid S tier DPS. Yeah, thank you, Charm. Exactly. Adding another melee doesn't help. No. Adding another melee is good. Adding another melee class is good. Like if I have a full group or like 5 people in my party, adding in like a spellblade or a ranger or a rogue, like it's just more damage. That could be good. You don't want to add in another tank. Groups might be best for gear farming, not XP. So that's another issue that I see often, and another question that I see often that is not necessarily true. Yes, it is better to have a full group, or to have a capable group. Let's put it that way. I don't even want to say a full group. You might need a capable group to get to be able to camp an item. Yes, but you can also out-level the camp and then go back and do that much easier, right? So, like, it may not be the best way to do it. You might be better off getting an extra level or two and then going back and duoing or trioing the camp that you needed, 5 people, 6 people to do previously, and now you're getting more XP and able to camp the same item. So it depends on the situation. Also, another thing that people have to consider is trying to get a group together. A full party of 6 people takes a lot of time usually. Getting them to a location to camp mobs takes them a lot of time. So going after some of these items is just not worth it. For the off chance that you might get the item. And then a lot of times, let's say you take a tank or a healer or whatever to a camp to get the item. They get their item and they're just like, okay, I'm out. They just leave. Now you have to deal with trying to replace that player. You're losing out on way more XP than you think you are by trying to get the group together, keep the group together, replace players in the party. You're missing out on tons of XP, which it might just be better and more efficient for you to continue to level somewhere else and then go back and get those items later. Or just continue to level somewhere else and just get better items later. Depends on what your level is. So, it's just that whole argument. I get that argument. I totally understand it. But that argument doesn't really hold any weight until about level 45 or 50 plus. At that point, then yes, you might want to get a group together to go get some of the really hard to get items. But even still, you're probably better off just XPing and then camping the stuff later on. Is that shaman out of group or just health bar? So that shaman is out of group. That's GIF. He's out of group trying to help me level up faster. Raids are a different story completely. Cruda, yeah. They're completely different. I'm not talking about that. At level 10, is there a good dagger to farm for dual wield? A good dagger to farm? I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Is there not much point to shields? No, there's almost no point to shields right now. Shields are terrible. You're better off dual wielding or using a two-handed weapon if you can't dual wield. Shields are like, well, shields are good for like stats. So if you're playing like a healer, like Gith right here, I mean, it looks like a drum, but he's actually using a shield. So he's using it for the stats. But they're not good for actual anything else. Like, you're better off getting dual wield weapons or a two-handed weapon for your damage. And I got to do something with all my padded leather. They changed stuff, and now I can't use all this padded leather anymore. Silly. Kind of annoying, actually. Where can you mine coal? You finished iron and gold. Coal you can get in Fallen Pass at the bottom of that ramp. When you first go into Fallen Pass, that's coal that's down there. You can also get it in Vale of Zintar. That's where I got it. Is Vale of Zintar. You can get coal and platinum in that area. For max level, named mobs, item farming. Yeah, do you think a full mana 6 is needed? Depends on the item you're going for. In some cases, yes. In some cases, no. Like some of the best in slot gear, Gith and I could probably go in duo at our level right now. Some items, like not all of them, but there's a few. And then there's other ones that you need a party for. We'll try to do it later. I haven't had this bug in forever. And I'm getting it again. And it's bothering me. I gotta reload my character. So dumb, dude. I don't know how they haven't fixed that bug. They still haven't fixed it. Ideal combo for 3 times level 60s is so yeah, you could have a a tank, a healer, and like an enchanter and do a lot of content in this game. Is there a world where Monster Memories actually wants the best XP to be 2 to 4? I was thinking about this, and it might be healthy for it to work that way. It would not be healthy for it to work that way, Stearns. I mean, in my opinion, right? Some people might think that, but why would you ever put 6 people in a party? If 2 to 4 is best, you would never put 6 people in a party. Unless you're all level 60 and you just want to go slaughter some mobs. That's the only reason that you would ever do it. Like, this is supposed to be a group-focused game, and they're putting a lot of emphasis on technically duos are still a group, but they're putting a lot of emphasis on solo and duo. Anyway, you guys, I mean, debate about it all you want. Go to the forums. Let them know, hey, we want this game to be a solo-friendly game. Ask the devs what their intent is. Their intent is for groups. That's what they've said. Many times. Their intent is for grouping. So all these people that are advocating for solo and like duos and stuff, they're not saying that those will not be viable. They're saying that you should want to group up. Can you tell us more about the tiered rating system? Insanely good idea for alt leveling to have a different main each tier. You talking about the level lock stuff? Hopefully that goes away. That's all I can say about that. Level locked rating stuff is god awful. It is terrible, and I hope that they get rid of it. You have any idea how dual wield works? Because it seems to hit very rarely in my offhand right now, like once every 10 hits or so, according to the battle log. Yeah, it checks, dual wield checks your offhand weapon based on the delay. So every time the delay is up, it says, do I attack? Yes or no, and it checks your dual wield to see if you attack. If it's a yes, then you attack. If it's a no, you don't attack, and either of those triggers your cooldown again. So then it checks it again, at the end of the delay. So let's say if it's a 3 or 30 delay, I believe 30 delay means 3 seconds. I haven't really timed it, but I'm pretty sure that's what it means. So every 3 seconds, your weapon in your offhand will say, do I attack? Your dual wield skill will say yes or no, and it'll trigger the cooldown, and then 3 seconds later, it'll say, do I attack again? That's it. That's literally how it works. When you're low level, it's not going to trigger often because your dual wield skill is low. So it won't trigger very often. But when you're higher level, it triggers all the time. Like just constantly. So it's based on your skill. Thanks for sharing the XP wisdom for groups. Had no clue it worked that way. Yeah. A lot of people don't. A lot of people just assume that adding more people to your party is better. It is not. Why do you sometimes punch while holding your bow? That's just a visual bug. Yeah, it's just an animation glitch. It's when I use my bow to pull a mob, the bow for whatever reason stays out, and it doesn't switch back. My thought are gear-oriented, difficult areas, not XP gain. Well, that's the issue, Stearns, right? Like, and I get that. I totally understand where people are coming from. Like, don't think I'm an idiot. Please, respect my intelligence a little bit. I totally understand that people think that, oh, you make a party of 6 players to go and get gear on very difficult areas. That is very true, and I totally get that. We all understand that, okay? We're not dumb. The problem is, it's multifaceted problem. One, you got to get 6 people together. How long does it take you to get 6 people together? Right? It's going to take longer to get 6 people than it is to get 5, than it is to get 4, than it is to get 3, etc. It takes longer to get those people together. Now, how long does it take, or how hard is it to maintain a full party of 6? Also more difficult than a duo or a trio or 4 players, right? It's more difficult to get those 6 together and keep those 6 together. Way more difficult. Try it. I promise you it's more difficult. So now that you got your 6 together and you're somehow keeping them together, now you're going to farm an item, and now your reward for doing that is less experience for the off chance that you might get an item upgrade. Maybe. If the mob spawns and if it drops the item that you want. So you're spending hours of your time trying to get possibly an item to drop and trying to keep this group together, which is way more difficult. For what? Especially at level 1 through 40 or 50. Like, why? Why are you doing that? All the better gear is at the higher level. So why would you not just level up faster, get to the higher level, then form groups to get gear? It defeats the entire purpose of what the goal is for the game. They want this to be a journey from 1 to 60 with a group-focused game. But what they're doing currently is they're giving you a let's level super fast from 1 to like 50 solo or duo or smallest group possible and get there, then maybe turn it into a group-focused game. So it completely defeats the purpose. 2 to 4. That's the thing, though, Stearns. That's what I'm trying to say. You're saying that 2 to 4 players is not solo friendly, by the way. Correct. But currently, the smaller the group, the better the XP. Right? So the classes that can solo are better off soloing. If you can't solo, you're better off duoing. Anything past that is not worth doing currently. Unless you're just playing with your friends. I thought of a possible solution to mess with charm mobs, say areas where they attack from, say, bats. Okay. Aggro range really high. Break the mez. Bats are not hard to kill. I don't know what that would do. I guess I'm not following what you're trying to do there. I mean, there's a lot of solutions though for charm. There's a bunch. In my opinion, there's a bunch. Not gonna be hard to fix that. Archers now become more important as well. Distance given to the archers. Yeah. Between Paladin and Monk, which is better to solo right now? Ooh, probably Paladin is better at soloing, but neither of those are going to be good soloers. I would recommend both of those be in a duo. Get a Paladin, a Monk, and add a Shaman, and you've won the game. Like, they're very good. Are you able to farm, sell these good items, or are they bound on pickup? You can farm them and sell them if you want to. Which is another thing that you can do, right? It's a whole other thing you can do. Like, why go and camp these items? You can let other people camp the items and level slower, and then you can just get the money from whatever you're doing and buy the items from those players. Like, what? There's no reason to do it, yeah. I'm just glad Criddle isn't a dev. This game would be jacked up. Maybe, in your opinion, Couch Potato. But the devs, my thoughts, what I'm saying, are literally, for the most part, what the devs' intent is. So if you disagree with that, then take it up with the devs. Their intent is that grouping is supposed to be the main part of the game. Leveling from 1 to 60 is supposed to be the main part of the game. Like, that is literally what they're trying to go for. They just haven't hit that yet. They've failed at making that happen. And I suspect that they will fix it. And they will change it. So if you don't like that, maybe go on the forums and let them know, hey, I want this to be a solo-friendly game. I want every single class to be able to solo. I don't want any socializing. None of that. Like, that's what you guys are advocating for. People that are just like, no, we don't want that. We don't want what Criddle says. You want it to be you want it to be World of Warcraft or Final Fantasy 14. That's literally what you're asking for. You may not realize that, but that's what you're asking for. Do you know how good monks are past 40? Me and a buddy made a monk shaman duo, and early on it's insanely good. They're good. Yeah, monk shaman duo is very good past 40. Right now I think the monk needs a little bit more love. It needs to have some more DPS, but a monk shaman duo is going to be great. It's going to be basically what Gith and I are doing. I'm basically a monk. I just tank better than a monk. But I'm basically, a fighter is essentially a monk. They do very similar DPS. They're not going to be tanks at all. Ah, crap, got two. Okay. What do you think of some top tier duos? Shaman with any melee, really? Shaman with monk, fighter, or any of the tanks, monk, ranger, spellblade. Really good duos. And that's outside of any charm. Right now, the best duo in the game is just any two charm classes. Like an enchanter druid is insanely good duo. like brokenly good duo, because they can charm stuff. 2 Beastmasters? Yeah, 2 Beastmasters is also very strong, actually. Beastmasters by themselves are strong. I agree, Achilles. I agree with you on that. I think people are ruining MMOs because, you know, they want the game to be too solo-friendly, too accessible. So they end up ruining a lot of games. They don't realize they're ruining it, though, because they're just thinking, oh, I want it to be for me. You know, I want group focus, just rebalance the XP to make group the better path. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, the XP for adding a new player to your party, it should always be better, in my opinion, right? It should never be better to take away people from your party, because that doesn't encourage grouping. It discourages grouping. It discourages socializing. It discourages everything that this game is meant to be. Even with all the charm nerfs, charm was never nerfed. Charm was slightly changed that you just need charisma. But it was not nerfed. It's still just as strong as it ever was. It just requires charisma. That's it. Yeah, charm was never nerfed. Congrats 59. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. I like to main a class that can't solo at all, so I have to group. Exactly, right? That's me, right? I play a fighter. I can't solo. I mean, I can solo, but it would take ungodly amount of time. It would just be ridiculous. So if you play a non-solo, or if you play a non-solo class in this game, you're going to have a very hard time unless you have a static group. If you have a static group to help you, then you're going to level up. Otherwise, you're going to have an extremely hard time in this game. Because people are not going to want to group with you. And what we can do is we can thank all the people that want this game to be soloable. All the people that are like, that are saying that I'm incorrect with my statements. In my opinion, those people are going to end up ruining this game if they actually go in that direction. Just reached level 50 today. Nice. Man, it was long. You're about halfway there, Kazu. You're halfway there. 1 to 50 is about the same amount of time as 50 to 60. It's rough. It is very rough. Dual wield daggers with like 22 delay. It definitely doesn't hit every 2.2 seconds. More like once every 10, 15. But I'm 70 dual wielding. Skill for level 17. Yeah, yeah. You'll do it a lot more often. Is your name Oreo, by the way? But spelled a little different. That's fun. But yeah, you'll start to dual wield more. Your offhand will attack more as you get higher level. Show off your current gear. Yeah, I can show it to you. A second. Get this mob over here. So we'll start from here. I just got some like gold jewelry. I need to upgrade my jewelry to platinum. So got gold earrings, torque of the false god, which is not that great. I could probably get something better. This piece is okay, decent for this level. There is a better helmet, but we haven't gotten it yet. I could definitely use a better face mask. Cloak is pretty good. I would say it's decent. Shoulders are okay. There's definitely better shoulders out there. Like, my gear's not that great. But that's what I was saying before. Like, you don't need to make a party of 6 and go get gear. Although, I do have a party of 6. that I group with often. And we just don't need, you know, I don't know. I'm not going to keep talking about it. Again, need to upgrade my rings to platinum. I just haven't done it. Yeah, my gear is like, some stuff is great and some stuff is mediocre. But, you know, it's leveling gear, right? It's gear that you use to level up with. You don't farm gear as much? No, I mean, I don't really go farming gear because it's not needed. That's why I keep telling people, like, guys, you can think, oh, I'm going to go farm all this gear at level 20 or 30, and I'm going to get a full group together, and I'm going to go do all that. It's not worth your time. It's not. This right here is probably best in slot. So that's a really good piece. But it's just because of the 20% haste. Oop, that doesn't do anything. And then I need to get a new chest piece, too. This is really old. But I do have this chest piece. I just don't use it because it's made mostly for like a cleric or paladin with the wisdom on it. But it does have a clicky buff, which I like to use. Yeah, honestly, be chilling. I mean, I keep talking about it. People keep wanting to argue with me about it, and that's fine if they want to do that and waste their time. But yeah, I agree with you. There's no reason to even start looking for gear until you're higher level. Like, take the gear that you get as you level, just from doing normal stuff, whatever it is that you're doing. Buy gear from trade skillers, crafters, whatever. You know, buy some gear from other players that just happen to be selling it. You're going to be geared up enough to get to level 40, and you can do that much faster. And then maybe, you know, when you're in your 40s, you can start looking at possibly getting some of the better gear. But even then, you don't really need it until like 50. Yeah, I would just recommend just buying gear off people. I mean, certain items drop so often that people are just gonna they're gonna sell it for super cheap. You're way better off just buying that super cheap gear, and continuing to level. Thinking about starting out with jewelry. Yeah, jewel crafting right now is like best gear. It's like seriously the best gear you can get for all of those slots. Okay. What do you do for money to buy those items? Just kill monsters. I mean, yeah, money after like level 25, money is no longer really an issue. Is solo better XP than group? Yes. If you can solo. If a class can solo, so any of your solo classes, your pet classes like your necromancer, your enchanter, well, enchanter because of charm. If you can charm, right now you're better off charming. But the enchanter, the necromancer, the druid, archer, beastmaster, elementalist, ranger, wizard, all of those classes are better off solo. Like, I'm not even gonna say probably. They are all better off soloing right now for XP. If you are a class that doesn't solo well, then you're better off in a duo. And that's every other class in the game. Some of the classes, it's kind of hit or miss which one's better. Like a good Shadow Knight, a well-geared Shadow Knight, or like somebody that really knows the class well, probably can solo or duo equally as well. A shaman can probably solo or duo equally as well. There's just a lot of classes that can just solo, and they're just better off. It's like, why would you waste your time trying to find a partner or a group if you can just go and do it solo? There's literally 0 point in wasting your time. You know, for a couple of reasons. One, you're going to get better XP, you know, by being solo. Two, it's easier to find mobs that you can kill solo. You can just go to any little camp and pull, you know, 1 or 2, 3 mobs, whatever it is, however quickly you can solo. It's way less or more, depending on how I want to say this. It's less stressful to be solo. It's a little bit boring sometimes. I'll give you that. Solo can be very boring. Where are your weapons from? Approximate level to obtain? Mid 40s for this, and about level 40 for this. Wizard's amazing at solo. Yeah, Wizard's really good solo. Quad kite, solo, Wizard. Awesome. Fantastic. Yeah, and your Shadow Knight. Yeah, Shadow Knights can solo fairly well. I would say a Shadow Knight is... it's equally good solo or in a duo, I would say. You could do it either way. So if you have a buddy to play with, sure, duo with them. You know, but if you don't, then just solo. You keep all the sweet loot when you solo. You do. You keep 100% of the money and whatever items that you get. But I don't know. Believe me or don't believe me, it's up to you guys. I think that I think the players, the people that are actually playing this game and have hit level 50 plus, they will agree with me. I don't think very many people that are over level 50 will disagree with the things that I've said. I definitely notice a lot of groups are not nearly aggressive enough about pulling. They'll have one or more people sitting on max HP. Are you considering that when solo is better? Yes. Yes, I am. I'm absolutely considering that. My group, because I do this all the time. People think that all I do is solo or duo with Gith. I do full group content a lot. I got a set group that we played with, and you know, efficient groups, tank, healer, 3 DPS, crowd control, you know, very efficient groups. And if you want to be in a party of 6, so like that's another thing that you can factor in, is if you're in a full party of 6, you have to pull. I need Sal. You have to pull non-stop and be chain killing mobs to keep up with a soloer that is pulling much slower. Like right now, what I'm doing currently, granted I'm getting kind of power leveled a little bit, but I'm able to pull fairly slowly, right? Like I'm not chain pulling these mobs. Shoot. But like this is the rate. This right here is the rate that you can duo, that Gith and I have duoed and gotten more XP per hour than our full party of 6 with chain pulling, constantly killing mobs, never not fight something. It's still faster XP. I don't know how to explain it. I'm considering all of that though, yes. You won't disagree, but you like your groups, and that's fine. Yeah, if you like grouping and you want to play in a group, go for it. That's another issue, is like safety. People say, "Oh, it's safer in a full party of 6." Incorrect. if you want to try to keep up with XP in a full party of 6, you got to go to places that are very dangerous, and you have to chain pull mobs very, very quickly, and the chances of you dying are much higher. Much, much higher. Watch anybody that's doing it. Like, you know, they're either pulling really... Just, I mean, go anywhere. Watch me. My XP is always right above my head. So, you see how much XP I'm gaining now. You can go back on my previous streams and just watch my XP rate. You know, when I'm duo with Gith versus when I'm in a full party of 6 and we're chain pulling, you can literally see it on my streams. Like, I'm not hiding anything here. It's dangerous, but drastically more XP and fun that way. Yeah. Yeah, we do it all the time, Overture. Like, we do it all the time. There's situations where it's like our healer has 10% mana, our enchanter has like, you know, 20% mana. I'm at like 50% health, and we're like, pull another one. You know, we do it all the time. You have to do that, though, if you want a full party of 6 to maintain the same efficiency. You have to do it. It's required. Is your DPS still equal to the Necro Pet? It might be a little bit higher now with triple attack. It's probably a little bit higher than a Necro Pet. Not by much, though. Not by a whole lot. Also, certain class rolls in full group with constant chain pulls doesn't get to loot as much with the constant chaos. Yeah, that's true as well, yeah. Yeah, it's harder to loot when you have... When you're chain pulling like that, it's much more difficult to loot all the corpses. And now you have to, we killed a name. Now we got to discuss for 10 minutes who gets what item. You know, everybody roll on this. Everybody stop what we're doing. Like, I can't stand that. Grouping in this game outside of a static group is a huge pain. Like, if you're trying to do it with a pug, yeah. Like Overture was saying a minute ago, people generally, like, without voice comms, without being part of a static and understanding everybody's play style and level, and like, their skill level, people generally pull slower in a pug. And they don't fight as many mobs at once. Again, slowing the entire group process down even more. It's already bad if you're going full tilt. It's even worse when you're in a pug. You prefer to duo even in 6-man XP was increased 100%? No. No. That is not the conclusion. If they doubled the amount of 6-man XP, I would absolutely be in a full party of 6 all the time. 100%. People can easily get upset with loot. They can, yeah, Kazu. People get super upset with loot in a pug, and then you got to debate about it and argue about it, and somebody ultimately will, you know, leave your party and make you have to go find another person, which again slows you down, you know, another time. Like, it's just, I'm telling you, man, pugs are not going to be worth your time and effort unless they increase the XP rate. It's not going to be worth your time and effort. Which game is better, Pantheon or this one? This one. Pantheon sucks. That's my short answer. Before finding my static, I had to constantly have discussions with the healer. Yeah, Nidiak, exactly. Letting them know that I could see their mana bar and was not attempting to wipe the group. That'd be, yeah. Constantly have discussions. Why are you here then, Papa Heels? Serious question. If you don't like this game, why would you go into a stream about this game just so you can spread your idiotic opinion? I'm not going into Pantheon streams being like, you guys suck. Like, are you, like, I don't know. Are you dumb? I don't understand you. Why would you do that? It's a serious question. I am curious why people do that. I'm going to go waste my time in a game that I don't like and boost that stream. Like, I'm going to make it look better for the person streaming a game that I don't like when I could be over in... Well, wait a minute. Is anybody streaming Pantheon? Maybe that's why. Maybe that's the problem. Is it so bad of a game that nobody's actually streaming it, so you don't have a place to go? So instead, you come to my stream and boost my viewer count. Thanks. You stream Pantheon every evening? Then go do that. Why are you in here? Go over there, stream Pantheon, talk about it. You know, keep praising it. Why are you here? But thank you for the free view and the talk. But why are you here? I have never gone to your stream and been like, hey, which game's better? I don't care what you say, but which game's better? What's wrong with you, dude? You have a serious problem. Because you're at work on break. Then enjoy your break. What the heck, dude? Go outside, get some fresh air. Like, what the heck, dude? Why? Why are you here? Go to a Pantheon stream. Like, and go tell them, hey, I love this game too. This game's amazing. It's so much better than Monsters. Go talk to them about it. Nobody wants you here, man. What's the plan when I hit 60? We're going to, like, I don't know. We'll see. I probably will go around and find loot. We're going to, like, camp some higher end gear. We want to kind of figure out where items are. Where they drop. You know, some of the best in slot items, that kind of stuff. Also, we might do a raid this weekend, maybe. There's been some talks of doing a possible raid this weekend. Exactly, Nidiak. Exactly, right? Like, I talk about... I'm constantly critiquing Monsters of Memories. I don't think that it's the best game in the world, but it's a better game than Pantheon. I got started streaming Pantheon. Dude, you know nothing, Papa Heels. You know literally nothing about me. You literally know nothing about me. I've been streaming for going on 10 years, man. You followed me because of Pantheon. Okay, cool. Guess what? I didn't follow you because of Pantheon. I think we need more complaining about Enchanter's Charm. Exactly. I donated $1,000 Pantheon, gave up on it. Yeah, Pantheon sucks, dude. Pantheon sucks. I'm happy. Like, I want Pantheon to be good. I do. I hope that Pantheon ends up being a fantastic game. I hope that Visionary Realms makes this wonderful, magical world that they have been talking about for 12 years. I hope that is the case. They have dropped the ball so many times. I like Pantheon, but only like 1 month worth of content when I played. And they listened to all the whiners. Yeah, they listen to people like Papa Heels. Beyond helping with testing, beta is practice run for early access to figure out some good leveling paths in loot locations. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing, Lucky. Yeah, figuring that out. Yeah, that's kind of pretty much what I'm going to be doing at level 60 is like going back, figuring out where some items drop, doing some of the in-game content. Mostly, the main reason I'm like to be... Okay. Mostly the main reason that I'm playing and streaming this game right now is to get information to you all so that you all can see the game, know what it plays like, and get all the information. Like, if I wasn't doing content creation, I probably wouldn't be playing this game nearly as much. Like, I would just wait for early access. You hope Pantheon succeeds, you own the game? Yeah, I do too. I've got 2 copies of the game. I've got a Steam copy and a non-Steam copy of the game. I put 3,000 hours into Pantheon. I was hoping Pantheon would be great. I really was, and I still do hope that they make it into a good game. But people like Papa Heels are the problem. They just want to go into a stream and constantly tell you, you know, how bad another game is because they don't, like, I don't know, you probably have self-issue. I don't know. I don't know what the issue is. I'm not going to make assumptions on who you are or anything about you, but I don't understand why you're here. Don't lie, all you people that play this trash hope that Pantheon fails. I don't hope anything fails. I hope you are the next Asmongold and the best streamer in the world or whatever, like most successful. I don't want to say best because Asmongold is not a good streamer. But I hope you're the most successful streamer, Papa Heels. I wish you the best of luck in your endeavors. And that's the truth. Unlike you, who just wants to go and bash people for their opinions. Like, you're a plague in the stream world. You're a plague in the gaming world. But I wish you the best in whatever it is that you do. Well, Burl, like, you know, it's kind of like Asmongold, right? You don't like Asmongold because he's kind of a plague on streaming. I think the same thing about certain other people. You're trying to figure out why people play this EQ clone. It's worse than EQ. Cool opinion, bro. I'm trying to figure out why people still play Pantheon. It's worse than pretty much every other game out there that you've ever heard of. Like, I mean, you can say things about whatever, dude. Like, you have a problem, my friend. You have a problem. Maybe, I don't know. Do we think Pantheon will actually release their spring update in spring? No, didn't they already push it, Houdini, to summer? I'm pretty sure they've already announced that their spring update is now in the summer. Did they not announce that? People just wake up one day and say, want to have YouTube or Twitch arguments first thing in the morning? Yeah, they do that, Young. I don't get it. Tell me how Pantheon... You want me to actually... Hey, Papa Heels, I will absolutely answer. If you have a serious question and you want to actually have a dialogue outside of just trying to bash the game, we can actually do that. I think Pantheon is a good game. It has a good chance of becoming a good game. Like, the foundation of Pantheon is okay, but the development team is the problem. Like, I can actually talk about it if you would like to. I have probably more hours in Pantheon than you do, and I haven't played it in a year. So, like, I can talk to you about it if you want to, but you started the conversation very poorly by coming in, asking me a question, which was an opinion question. I give you my opinion, and you disregard it. In my stream. I didn't come to your stream. You came here. They only have 22 devs? Cool, dude. Project Gorgon has 2, and one of them passed away, and they still released the game. and it's still more successful than Pantheon. What is your point? Understand what it is that you're saying. Like, if you want to have a debate about this, you need to actually be able to debate it. Actually have the knowledge. But you don't know what you're talking about. You are in love with something, and you have your blinders on, and you're not willing to see the full picture. But sure, let's debate it. I will destroy you in a debate against Pantheon or Monsters and Memories or any of the other games in this genre. But we can debate it, but you're completely blinded by your obsession with Pantheon. And that's unhealthy, my friend. It's unhealthy. Balatro is made by one guy and can be argued best indie game all time. Yeah, Balatro is one person and made an amazing game. The number of devs doesn't mean anything. It means nothing. Your opinion is just that? It's an opinion? My opinion about how many devs are in a game is an opinion? My opinion that Project Gorgon was released and it still has players in it and people are enjoying the game and it was made by 2 people is not an opinion. Those are facts. My opinion of Pantheon is that the game is not in a good place. Yes, I would agree. I would say that is my opinion. But it is a fact that that game has been in development for 12 years. This game has been in development for 5 years. And this game is farther ahead than Pantheon. Fact. These are facts. Like, do you not know the definition of an opinion versus a fact? Like, I don't understand. Like, I can't have an argument or I can't have a discussion with somebody that doesn't want to look at that stuff. Like, come on, dude. Come on. About to hit 60? No, we're about to hit 59, technically. I said 59, I think, in my my stream thing, but yeah. No, I'm not about to hit 60. About to hit 59. And then Isar's got to, or Gith has to go to the dentist. When I hit 59. So we'll probably push for 60 later today. We'll figure it out. Those are more opinionated truths than facts? Which one, Sunny Side? That Project Gorgon had 2 devs and is more successful than Pantheon right now? Those aren't opinions. Those are just facts. No clue just got here. Oh my goodness. My goodness. This game has had no cash infusion. Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, this game has had nothing. All right. A few more? Okay. We'll go mess around on the Beastmaster while we wait for Gift to go to the dentist and back. What are the best elements making this game fun, and what would you change besides group XP? So what I love about this game, we'll start with that. This game is meant to be a group-focused, social MMORPG, right? That's what I love about it. That's what I'm most excited for. I like the slower-paced gameplay, the sandwich combat of the game. That's something that I enjoy because it allows me to chat with my friends, hang out, and just kind of enjoy playing a game. It's kind of like if you're sitting at a D&D table or you're playing board games with friends on, you know, a Thursday night or whatever, you're kind of hanging out, chatting, and enjoying playing a game together, but you're also able to talk to people, right? That's probably the thing that just stands out the most. I also like the idea of what they want to do with the in-game Like, this game is not going to be focused on raids, but it will have in-game raids. So that's another thing that I really am looking forward to. I've done some of the raids. They need some tweaking. That's going to be one of the negatives that we'll get to in a second. But you know, those would be my main positives and my main takeaways for why I want to play this game. Right? I love what they're trying to do with it. Now, where I don't like this game right now is I think that the group XP, like you said, needs to be adjusted. I would like to see less homogenization between classes. Like, too many of the classes can do too many things. So that would be one of them. Another one is less copy and paste. Like some people have pointed out. Papa Heals, for example, has pointed out. This game is very much, a lot of things in it are a copy and paste from EverQuest. I would like to see them get away from that. I think that they've done too much of that, where it's like, oh, it's a monk. Okay, therefore the monk is this. It's a fighter, therefore it's basically a warrior. You know, like the druid is basically a druid from EverQuest. There are some slight changes, but Speed of the Wild and Spirit of the Wolf, come on, right? They're the same thing. I would like to see, you know, some more unique classes in this game. I don't like that the hybrids are hybrids. I would like to see, like, the knights all be their own class. The ranger not be a druid fighter, but make it a ranger. The paladin not be a cleric fighter, but make it a paladin. So that's what I would like to see. You know, some of the things that where my negatives are. So hopefully they change that. Hopefully they make some of those tweaks with this upcoming class update. Trying to think of what else, you know, like another thing that I really like to do a little compliment sandwich, since we did positives and then negative and now positive again. I like the visuals in this game. You know, some people say that they're old school. They are. They're low poly count, but the detail on the art style and the detail of that art is actually really, really good when you get into it. So anybody that says this game looks like an EverQuest clone has not played the game. They're completely false. That is a completely false statement. They're just trying to bash on the game with absolutely zero education whatsoever. This game looks way better. If you zoom in on, like, a character, the detail, look at the detail on his eyes, like around his eyes, his nose. You know, look at the detail. You know, it's kind of hard to see right now because of the lighting. Let me see if I can I turn up lighting at all? No, it's maxed. Okay. But the detail on the art on some of these characters is insanely good. You know, it's really, and I love that. Now, some people may not like it because of the low poly count, but that's fine. That's totally understandable. I get it. But the art style and detail is fantastic. It really is. So, yeah. There's one thing I could take away from a game like Pantheon, creating its own unique identity. Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, there's some good things that Pantheon did that I kind of hope that they bring over to this game. You know, one of the things is there we go, got it. One of the things that Pantheon did that I like is Papa Heal still here? Because I'm about to say something positive about Pantheon, despite his opinion of me. Pantheon did a good job with the summoner class. And something that I would like to see in this game with the elementalist class is, you know, having two pets at the same time with the summoner in Pantheon was great. I thought that was a really cool idea. I think that their idea for, like, the Dire Lord is way better than putting the Shadow Knight into this game, right? The Dire Lord was a unique concept, and they did a really good job with building that class. It was way too strong last time I played Pantheon, way overpowered, but I like the uniqueness of the class. It was a really cool spin on it. So I would like to see more of that uniqueness that Pantheon did in this game for the classes. So, but, you know, I hate I hate Pantheon and think it's just, you know, so terrible and they do nothing right and Monsters and Memories is just the greatest game ever. Freaking idiots. God. Anyway. All right. The art in Monster Memories is amazing. Yeah, I agree. I love it. How many zones of Monster Memories are extremely inspired by EQ zones? Not many. I would say the zones in Monsters and Memories are not very EQ-esque. I would like to see more of that, actually. More zones that are like lower guck. You know, like the dungeons that EverQuest did. I would like to see more of in Monsters and Memories. There's only really one dungeon like that I can think of. Well, I guess two. I guess kind of two now. But the only dungeon that I really love in this game is oh my god, now I'm drawing a blank. Grimtide Sanctum. It's the best dungeon in this game. Very well done. That was made by Chinny D, by the way. Give Chinny D a big thumbs up. Awesome. Looks great. Freeport, yeah, you could say that the main cities, like Kellethan is like Phalandraw, and Freeport is like Night Harbor. You could kind of say that. Yeah, I would agree with that. But yeah, I want to see more things like Grimtide Sanctum. That zone is just amazing. I would love to see more dungeons like that. And I think we're going to get those. Yeah, Blacktide Bay would be the second one that I was thinking of. I think that Telekir is okay. I think it's a good zone. But it's basically a city. It's just like an NPC city. It's like if you were to take what was the name of the zone where the Ixar were for Kunark? I forget the name of the actual city of that. Anyway, it's like taking the Ixar's city and making it an Ashira city and just putting stuff into it, right? Yes, Kabilis or Kabilis or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. Hey, what's going on, Amphi? How are you, dude? Yeah, Field of Bones was the zone right outside of that where they XP'd at. But that's what I think that, like, Telekir. That's what I look at as Telekir. It's kind of like, it's just a city for the Ashira. Right? Gut competes for the last 20 years. MMO design, such an awesome mix maze. Yeah, absolutely. That's what I love about Grimtide Sanctum in this game. You could go, when you first go into Grimtide Sanctum, you actually emerge from a pool of water. Because you have to go underwater to get into it. And then you emerge from a pool of water. Now, when you emerge from that pool of water, you immediately get attacked by monsters on both sides, right? That are inside of that dungeon. Or if you don't want to come out of the water, you can actually stay in the water, go to the right and into a tunnel. Okay. You can go into a tunnel. Yeah, sounds good. That goes like into a deeper part of the dungeon. But if you go straight and emerge from the water, you can actually go through the over part of the dungeon and get to the same locations as that under part. Like it's just a maze that all kind of blends together. Just a really, really well done dungeon. I loved it. You hated Guck? I mean, that's probably why we loved Guck, though, right? We hated it because we loved it because we hated it. Telekir is your favorite zone so far? Oh, Amphi. Oh my goodness. We need to get you over to Grimtide Sanctum. And you get your group in there. You're gonna love it. You're gonna love it. Commonlands in EQ2. Just love how big open it was. Thunder Keep. It was cold. Yeah. Commonlands was cool. I love that. Like the Commonlands are kind of like East and West Commons are kind of like Sungreet Strand, and like, I mean, there's some stuff like that for sure. All right. While Isar or Gith is going to the dentist, we're just going to mess around on the Beast Lord or Beastmaster for a little bit. At some point, I want to do crawl that. Not sure where it even is. I can show you if you want to see it. I can show you where it's at. I mean, you could probably look it up somewhere. I don't know. There's not a lot of information about that. You're in a party. I'm not in a party. We're just... Gith is level 60 already, and he's just kind of power leveling me to get me to level 60. Hopefully, I should hit 60 today. Maybe by tonight, but probably tomorrow. Depends on what we do today. But let's mess around with this a little bit. Was it over there, the Evil Zone, Faction KOS? Yeah, over there was part of Kunark, right? It's my pet. And they had the over there hammer. That's the only reason I remember over there is because of the over there hammer. Oh no. I didn't mean to get 2 wolves. I might have to run. Let's see. Over there was the Evil Race starting city in Kunark? Okay. We might be able to win this. I started off poorly here. Why is the rabid wolf running when I have another rabid wolf? Beastmaster, by the way, probably the most powerful class in this game. Oh, I need that. Where the heck did my... Can't see anything. It's so dark. Oh, well. All right, let me go back up here. Go back up here and sit down. That's what I've been saying. Yeah, Beastmaster's really good. It's really strong. I can't wait till Deep Gnome comes out. Gonna roll a Beastmaster on it? Yeah, do it. Nick was talking about giving Beastmaster double attack again. Yeah, Nick said a lot of things that were bad for the game, I think. Another question for you. Oh, sorry, I haven't been reading my YouTube chat very much, so I apologize on that. My chats they're separated right now. I like them when they're all one area, but it's been bugging out a lot. Let's see. Another question for you. Do you know if weapon imbues, for example, the Ranger Fire Imbue, apply to both main hand and offhand weapons when you dual wield? They should, yes. Because I'm pretty sure it's just a buff. We need to go get food. Apparently I'm hungry, so I'm not going to gain any health. Let's go to town. We'll get the rested buff. We'll sell our stuff. Do all that. But yes, it should be, it's just a buff on your character. So it should apply to both your main hand and offhand weapons. Should. Everyone's saying social game and you got to interact with everyone, but then only want to group with their click static 5-man and been gaming with 20 years. That's true. Yeah, that's true. That's exactly what's happening with a lot of people in this game. And I think that's because partly, a good bit of it is because XP in a 6-man is worse than it is solo. It's just straight up worse. Or duo, depending on your class. But I think if they can fix that, which they should, hopefully they do soon. I know that Sean is looking at the XP rates and continuing to reevaluate those. I'm hoping that they increase that, which will then make the game a lot more social, and people will want to pug more groups if they do that. So, yeah. Did you play any AoA? I didn't play AoA yet. I think that AoA looks good, but it's probably not going to be a game for me. However, it is my fallback game if Monsters and Memories does not go the way that I would like it to. Then I might go check out AoA. But for right now, Monsters and Memories is the game for me. It's just better. It's a better fit for what I want out of a game. But we'll see. I might play some AOA. Like once Monsters and Memories is out, and and in early access, and we level up characters and we're just kind of raid logging or whatever, then I might play some AOA at that point, because that'll be closer to where AOA is getting ready to release. So we'll just we'll play it by ear. But AOA is definitely something I'm looking at. I think the devs don't know how to tune pets properly, and then they gave Beast the possibility of having 3 pets. Yeah. The pets in this game are they're all over the place. They have been all over the place for a while. At one point, if I can speak, at one point the pets in this game were like godlike. They were the best tanks, best DPS, best everything. And I'm talking about like your summon pets, your mage pets and stuff. They were insanely overpowered. Then they made them way too weak, and they've been adjusting them back and forth. But yeah, right now the Beastmaster pet is insanely overpowered. Well, its health pool is insanely overpowered. It's way too big of a health pool is the problem. Somebody was saying they have like 11,000 health on a Beastmaster pet. At like the level 60 Beastmaster pet. Which sounds about right. All right, let's see. What do we have? Water skin and rations. So we're going to buy rations. And we're going to buy flask of water versus a water skin. We'll do that. So we have 20 and 20. Well, now we need one more ration. There we go. Let's do that. Let's go over here and try to sell some stuff. Where do we turn in these belts? Does anybody know? The Fellstone Warrior belts are basically Crushbone belts. And I'm not sure where to turn them in. I've got 2. But I don't know where to take those 2. And I could try to do the green Drakeling armor, but I don't know if I want to do that either. We're going to feed this meat. Where's my bear? Your pet is full. Okay, good. Pet is full. Royal jelly. We can go to sell these now, I guess. Wings, we'll sell that. I'm just going to sell these. I don't think I'm going to do the green Drakeling armor. If anybody needs this green Drakeling stuff, I don't know. Maybe you want to go turn that in. And then we need to go this way. Your static is Paladin, Paladin, Rogue, Monk, Elementalist, Wizard, Druid. High 40s. Last 3 nights, we've been messing around and letting the Elementalist pet tank. It's been no less efficient. It's kind of stupid. Yeah, that's the problem. Does your group plan on doing raids? Yeah, we're going to do raids. I think we might actually do a raid as early as this weekend. So, I might stream it. I gotta see if I'm going to stream it or if I'm just going to record it and put it on YouTube. We'll see what happens. But I'll probably end up streaming it. I don't want to go that way. I'm lost. So lost. So yeah, if you want to see some of the in-game raid style content. Okay, so we got to go this way. Over this. Up this. So lost. Still get turned around in that place. Yeah, it's... I'm starting to learn it as I've been playing this character. I'm slowly learning it. Who am I doing raids with? My guild. Rampage. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. I don't know. I'm not going to guarantee we're going to do any raids right now. Where are my pelts? Why am I blind? Oh. They blend in. Got a controversial question for you, which I asked to Amphi yesterday, actually. Okay. I like controversial questions. Don't you think the game could use some level requirements on gear, or are you okay with alts wearing the pass down 50 plus, therefore ignoring all of the other gear that exists? So, yeah, I've talked about this quite a bit, actually. I definitely feel like, what are we going to use to level up with here? I don't know what to do. Where do we start with that question? First, with this game, it's a little bit different than EverQuest. This game definitely caps you out. So if you put on the best gear in the game at level 1, you don't get the full benefit of it. So you're not going to be swinging for full crazy damage. Your armor class is not going to actually equal the same thing that it would on a higher level. Like it'll say that you have 400 armor class, but you actually don't when it comes to the mob that's hitting you. So you're capped out. Your stats can basically cap based on your level. Is basically how it works. So the level requirements, there are some level requirements on items, but those items are usually procs or clicky effects. So you can't use the proc or clicky effect on an item, but you can still wear the item and get the stat benefits from it. So that's basically how it works in this game. So they don't really need to put a level cap on items because they have capped your character's abilities or your character's stats based on their level. That doesn't unlock until level 40. So if you put the best weapon on a level 1 or even level 10 or 20 character, they're still going to be limited in the amount of damage that they do. So I don't really mind that too much. But I totally agree that I don't like the ability to twink characters. I think personally it takes away from the main point of this game, which is supposed to be a grouping social experience where you want to be in a group with other players and you need to be in a group with other players to do the content. Right now, that is not the case because the game, to be honest, is a little bit too easy. And if you're able to twink out characters, that the stats that you get are still substantial to that character and make it even easier for you to twink and power level characters. I would like them to curb that a little bit more, personally. I think that if you put on the best gear on them, they should get a benefit. They should absolutely get a benefit, and they should be stronger than an equal level player that doesn't have the same gear. But I don't think it should be astronomically better. Because what it's going to do is it's going to discourage people from grouping and encourage more people to go around and solo and power level their alts. So what we're going to see is the same thing, the same problem that EverQuest 1 had. People are going to get to level 60 or whatever, to get to the max level, and then they're going to go back and they're just going to gear out their alts and power level their alts, and they're not going to group, and then you're just not going to see anybody grouping in the low level areas. And I think that's what this game was trying to change from EverQuest. They're trying to make it a group-focused game from level 1 to 60, whether you're playing your first character or your 10th character. It shouldn't matter. And I think they need to do some more rebalancing to make that actually happen. Hopefully that answers the question. How many people do you need for the raid? Is it undetermined? It's undetermined, yeah. Everything in this game about raids is completely undetermined. Having Beastmaster makes me wish squirrels were in the game. That would be actually be really cute, yeah. Giant squirrels so we could ride them. Just downloaded the game, launch server selection. It says patch required. Any idea how to fix this? Patch required because you're probably not... So, Madness, you're probably not part of the beta. You have to actually sign up and opt in for the beta and then get selected to be in the beta. So that's my guess, is you're just not part of the beta. All right, what am I going to make here? Oh, shoot. I need to make something with... can make pouches. I guess I can make pouches and sell them. Does anybody want a rawhide satchel or a pouch that's over here in this area? We're going to make some pouches. Am I out of money? Oh, shoot. I bought the wrong thing. I'm an idiot. Rough thread. I bought light thread instead of rough thread. What a dum-dum. Well, now I have no money. I got 44 copper. Okay. All right. Does anybody want pouches or a satchel? I'm just going to drop them here on the ground. If anybody wants them, they're free. Speak up. Thanks for detailed opinion. Yeah, no worries. Here's a controversial question. Do you think level 60s and high-level characters should be able to use their high-level buffs on low levels without those buffs losing effectiveness? No, not at all. I don't like the power leveling. Oh, wait, I can't drop that. That's not... I can drop this, though. All right, there's 2 bags here. I don't know if they're going to go away. I don't know what's going to happen to those. All right, let's go. I've got food. I've got water. We've got some rawhide canvas. I need to get money again because I just blew all my money accidentally. Oopsie poopsies. Where am I at? We need to go back down this way. Why do you lose your spells in your toolbar when you die? I hope they change this whole spell stuff. So you're talking about over here on your ability bar. You would lose them because you no longer have your spell book, and it's a way of balancing the game between melee and spellcasters. Like there's an actual reason for it. People may not agree with the reason, and that's okay. You don't have to agree with it. But there is an actual reason for it. Let's go get... Okay. So basically, the reason for it is because you're trying to balance melee versus non-melee. When a melee character dies and all of their gear is on a corpse somewhere in a dungeon, they can't do anything. They're literally like worthless, right? Because they have no gear. So a spellcaster... They die, they still have access to all of their spells, then they can still at least do stuff. That's the reason why. What they did, however, is they kind of tried to balance it a little bit, and they added in cantrips. So now you have cantrips, and what you can do is like... I might have a cantrip now. Do I have cantrips on a Beastmaster? I don't even know if I do. You have no more available cantrips. So yeah, I don't have cantrips, but on a spellcaster class, you have cantrips, and you can left click on the number here, and it memorizes the cantrip, so it memorizes that spell permanently. Well, not permanently. You can change it to whatever you want, but it memorizes that spell so you don't need your spell book anymore. People on Reddit disagree with you. Level 60 buffs on noobs had overwhelming support in that post. Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure a lot of people are going to like it. I know people love to twink and power level their characters, right? I know that that's a very... it's an opinion that not a lot of people have. My opinion that we should not have full power buffs. It is definitely an opinion that a lot of people don't like. But that's because people want to be able to power level their characters. They want to be able to twink and power level their characters without needing a group. But the point of this game is to group up. So maybe, and I hate saying this, maybe this isn't the game for them. You know, if you want to be able to twink and power level your characters and you want to have like this high power fantasy, then I think that maybe EQ Legends might be the game for you. Because that's where you're going to get that, right? You're going to be able to solo most of that game. So this game is meant to be played with a group, and if you allow players to just power level themselves, you know, level like creating alts and then power leveling them with their higher level characters, giving them the best gear in the game, etc., that defeats that entire fantasy of grouping and relying on other players. Like, it's just... So, that's my opinion on it. You know, I know a lot of people are going to look at it that way, but that's part of the thing where I was talking about earlier. Solo in this game is just way too strong. Soloing is too good. And what they're going to do with that is they're going to make soloing even better. Because if you can power level characters and you can twink them out, why would you ever group? Like, and that's a serious question. Like, why would you ever group? If it's faster to just power level them. Twinking is not too different from boxing. It's circumventing the reliance on teamwork. Exactly, right? Exactly. That's my opinion on it, and I think a lot of people agree with me on that, but there are those that disagree with me, and that's fine. But I also feel like if you want to play a game that way, there's plenty of other games that do that. There's not a lot of games that there's not a lot of games that require grouping. Actually, in fact, I would say that there are very few games that require grouping, if not, like, I can't even think of a game right now that requires grouping. Like, what's the best game right now that you have to group in it? Can anybody think of one? Because I can't. The main downside of twinks and buffing is that in a year, almost level groups with a twink soften. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, everybody's going to group. Any team shooter game? Like what team shooter game? Like you're talking about like a first-person shooter that has teams? Like a Rainbow Six MOBA? Yeah, I would say a MOBA definitely, but I guess I should probably change it to like a game, like an MMORPG that requires grouping. Outside of like raids. You know? Yeah, like a PvE game. Yeah. Helldivers 2, that might be one. I would say that Helldivers 2 is probably a good example. So that's a pretty good example. That's solid. Worried that once enough people are 60, the only gear... Jesus. Hang on a second. OBS just crashed. All right, sorry about that. Yeah, my internet just went down briefly. It should be back up. But yeah, what Oreo is saying, I agree with that. You know, once people hit level 60, only gear you ever see is level 60 gear, all that kind of stuff. That's the issue that I see as well. Yeah. It's definitely going to be a problem. This game out yet? Not yet. It'll be out June 1st in early access. And it is bright over here. Holy moly. Jeez Louise. The specs of this game? Like specs that you need, like computer specs that you need to play it? That should be on their website, but it's not optimized currently, so it definitely needs more optimization. I have a large contention with the concentration of players in Night Harbor currently, but hopefully they solve that by adding more. Yeah, hopefully we get more zones, like more cities and stuff. Westmore, I agree. Yeah, more like spread the players out to different areas. Hopefully we start seeing that. It definitely is a problem. I agree. All right, we hit level 7. I want to check something. Like achievements? No, they don't have any achievements or anything in this game. Not yet, anyway. They might do something like that. Maybe. Who knows? If you have a gaming desktop that you bought 10 years ago or a laptop, yeah, you can probably play this. Yeah, you can probably play this very easily on almost anything. It's, you know, it's like World of Warcraft level of need, I guess. It doesn't require much. Is it hard to level on this side of the world? No, not hard at all. Not hard at all. We need to go... over the water, I think this way. I want to try to check these wolves out and see if we can charm one of these wolves yet. Or not charm, but see if we can befriend. Is it over here? What the heck? When did they add these water elementals? I don't remember seeing those before. That's kind of cool. Night Harbor is a lot better this weekend. Well over 200 on the service. It was stable. They're getting better with it. Yeah, I would agree they're getting better. It still needs some tweaking, but it's getting better. Somewhere along here is where we go up to that area. And I want to get one of those wolves. I want to tame one. Okay, I think we can go up right here to get to those wolves. But I don't know what level they are. Maybe they will be not red to me right now. Ah, perfect. It's white. This is the mob that I want. All right, let's see if we can get it. Abandon. Are you sure you want to abandon Cuddles? Yes, I do. Wait, how do we... Oh, it's already on there. Yeah, can we get these pets? These beguiled wolves? Target is too far away. Too far away. Too far away. The target cannot be tamed. Oh, no. That's what I wanted. Now I don't have a pet. No. Oh, shoot. You can't charm them either? Bummer. I was really hoping I could tame one of those. Well, where can we go to tame? What can we get? I want to tame something fun. Something different. And now I don't have a pet. So I need something. Is beta supposed to go down for the last week before EA? Yeah, it is. Yeah, like a week or two maybe. They have not said how long it will be down for, but they did say it will go down. For at least a week. You didn't name your pet after your real life pets? What kind of Coriona are you? Well, it was a bear. Bears are not super cuddly, even though I did call him Cuddles. Alright. We'll have this guard kill that thing that was chasing me. Where can I get a pet? I mean, I can go and get like a I can go get another wolf, or like a rabid wolf again, but I don't want that. I think we're going to have to get a wolf again, which is going to be lower level than what I had, I think. Wait, can we get these drakes? These green drakelings? Can we Oh, we can! What? Cannot tame... Wait, can we tame this? You cannot tame that. Can't tame that either. What the heck? Can we get spiders? Spiders are a beast, right? Black Widow hatchling. It's probably too low level, isn't it? Let's see. Can we get that? We'll get a Black Widow hatchling for now. Just to have something. Yeah, it's level 2. Gross. We definitely need something higher than that. There's an entire lift of spiders. Aren't they higher level, though? Like, too high for me? Is the game running better today? For the past 3 days, been really bad, especially charm users. Charm users? They're struggling for some reason? Game runs fine for me. I don't have any issues. I mean, there are some issues sometimes, but for the most part, it seems fine. Only issues are in Night Harbor? Yeah. Disable VSync and launcher. Yeah, you could try that. I mean, my VSync might actually be turned on. Yeah, VSync right here. Some people have an issue when they turn this on or off. Yeah, I would just try to like mess with settings if you're having some issues. All right, let's get rid of this. Abandon this guy. Let's try to get this rabid wolf. At least these would be higher level. Oh, did it change the graphic of it? Or is it the same graphic? Charm user complaining, made an enchanter to see how bad it is really. How bad it is? How bad the enchanter is, or how bad the lag is? Because enchanters are good. All right, well, we'll just keep this wolf for now. I'll find another, like, I might try to get a timber wolf or something. There's a timber wolf in the next zone over, but I don't remember what level they are. How OP it is? Yeah, it's super OP. In my opinion. Charm is just crazy good. Crazy good. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Why are they attacking that? No. Oh my gosh. Come on. I don't think it'd be that good for new enchanters who can't afford charisma gear. I think it will be. I absolutely think it will be. Like, you don't... The charisma, I'm pretty sure, isn't like you need to have 100 charisma at level 1. Like, people are kind of blowing it out of proportion. I'm pretty sure it's like you need to have charisma proportional to your level and what you're trying to charm. So I don't, it's not like, oh, at level, as soon as I get charm, I need to have, you know, ungodly amount of charisma. You can't hold charms even on greens? I don't know. I haven't made one and messed around with it. I'd have to like make a charm class and then level it up. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it's based off of level of the mob you're trying to charm. I agree. Yeah, enchanters can completely lose charm and still be like very much wanted in groups. Like, I don't understand this crazy fixation on requiring, like, needing charm, and these enchanters are like, my class is terrible without charm. Like, what? Are you insane? I don't get it. Enchanters are really, 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 really good still. Even an enchanter not using charm is still going to be wanted in groups. But that's the reason why I feel like we know that charm is so strong, because when you take away charm from these classes, they say that their class is awful. And it's like, no, now your class is equal to what other classes are that don't have charm. So it's not awful. It's just that you're so used to having that crutch that when you take it away, it feels bad. Full group, I'd rather not have charm anyhow and have to babysit the enchanter. Yeah, you don't have to. A good enchanter doesn't need babysitting at all. I've been in a group with, level 50 plus enchanters, and they absolutely do not need babysitting. If they do, then they're just a bad enchanter. I'm trying to figure out where I need to go here. I'm lost. We need to go over this. And then I don't need to go up there. That's... Oh, we need to go up this one. Yeah. No, that's not it either, is it? Why am I so lost? Oh, we got to go down here. That's what it is. That's where I'm headed. I agree, Nidiak. Like, I think that enchanters should just be like, hey, I have all this amazing utility. I want to use it. I don't understand the fixation with charm. Like, why they just think that they have to have it. I just don't get it. It's way too strong. Way too strong. All right, give me a second. I'm going to use the restroom real quick, and I'll be right back. Okay. Another day, another discussion about charm? Yeah. I mean, charm is going to be discussed a lot. Why is my wolf not... Is he starving? Can he eat an ear? Can't eat a wolf ear. Nope. I don't want to give it to him. He's not gaining health. Wolf is currently starving. Oh my god. Alright, well, we'll figure it out. Oh, back up this way. I want to just finish leveling my fighter. Like I'm at a loss for what I want to do with this guy. Which way do we got to go here? This way. Steaks? I'm not going to feed him steak. I don't even get steak. PETA would be very disappointed in me, yes. Be very disappointed. How dare you? I want to get a different pet. But I don't know where one is at. Oh my god. Wow, what a drastic change that was. Holy moly. That was crazy. Did I get infravision on this guy for some reason? I don't think I did. It seems very bright. Wait, don't I have I have forage? What is my forage skill? Foraging. 1 out of 35. Oh my gosh. Is that as high as it gets? Is 35? Or is that just because I'm level 7? Does anybody know? I don't know what forage actually gets up to. What else can we do? I need to go... Oh, we need to get the head from that Vorok guy. Wherever the heck he is. We can go try to do that, I guess. Can I harvest this? Can't harvest that. What is that? Is that a I don't know what that's called. That's kind of a long drop. I don't want to do that. They should remove charm, you think? They don't have a good solution for it, and if they copy EQ, still make cleric, enchanter, god tier. What is the point? I mean, yeah, removing charm is definitely an option. I don't know if it's the best option, but it's an option. What? No, stop taunting. Stupid wolf. World's dumbest wolf. Enchanters need AoE Charm and nerf Beastmasters having 10 pets. I mean, I think they definitely need to nerf Beastmasters. Yeah, I would agree with that. Beastmasters are too strong. I bet you didn't think that was going to come out, did you, Couch Potato? No, Couch Potato just likes to go against what I like. Seems to, anyway. Wants to go against my opinion. So now he's going to probably start saying that we need to buff Beastmasters and give them more pets. Because I think that we also need to nerf Beastmasters. Nerf fighters, obviously. I mean, I do think we should take away fighters' triple attack and crits. I know it's weird, man. It's almost like I'm for balance. It's kind of strange. Kind of strange. What am I playing? I'm playing a Beastmaster. Esar had to go to he had to go to the dentist. So I'm messing around on the Beastmaster until he gets back. Fix the pet HP, and they're fine, I think. Solo versus group should be handled via group XP bonus. Yeah, they just need to fix the HP of the Beastmaster pets. Like, the low-level ones, not that big a deal. But the high-level ones are ridiculously strong. Like, crazy good. Some of these changes aren't happening fast enough, in my opinion. It's not happening fast enough. I could definitely do some of this faster. Because I don't think that it's that hard to go in and adjust the HP of a mob, is it? Or of a pet? Like, it can't be that difficult. Why monks don't get parry? You know, that's a good question. Probably because they get block without having weapons. But yeah, I don't know why they don't get parry. I think all pets seem strong. The Elementalist pet was tanking your group. I mean, I don't disagree, but I don't think that Elementalist pets or Necro pets right now are that much of a problem. But I don't disagree that they can be a little bit strong, and it's like you don't want the pet to be able to replace a tank. But they currently can replace a tank. Like, a pet should never replace an entire class. That feels really bad for the class that it's replacing, right? Okay, I want to go over here to these orcs. We got to figure out where this orc... I want to say the named orc spawns over here somewhere. Like, I want to say that I saw it and I killed it literally right here one day. Whoops. Pets shouldn't have taunt. Maybe. Well, they don't really have taunt. They have provoke, which is different. But do you think they shouldn't have a threat generating ability, or they shouldn't have a threat, like putting them at the top of their threat? Ooh, that's yellow. I don't want to fight that. Think they should have taunt, but on a 2 or 3 times longer cooldown? Maybe. But again, like, what kind of taunt? Like, should it be taunt or provoke? Oh my gosh. This thing's kicking my butt. Well. Oh, thank goodness. Nothing. I'm just tired of playing Beastmaster. Hang on, I gotta get off this character without dying. Do I have 30 seconds before this mob gets over here? I do not. I'm gonna die here. I am definitely gonna die here. Is this a guard over here? Ah! It's a guard! Designed by committee is terrible, you think? Yeah. I wouldn't disagree. I'll be playing a lot of Beastmaster later. Just not playing it probably right now. I'm trying. It's overpowered class. All right. Let's switch over. Well, yeah. It was 58, but yeah. I hit 59, so I'm just barely into 59. We'll see how much XP I get. I'm just curious how the various pet classes compare in terms of fun. Assuming numbers are overhauled before launch. Yeah. The Beastmaster, from what I've understood from people, and I can attest to this, playing the Beastmaster is annoying. It's actually a very annoying class. You have to cast like... what is it? You have to cast their little summon swarm thing a lot, and it's annoying. Sorry, my brain is not functioning at the moment. But yeah, that swarm summon is, a lot of people don't like it. And I get it. It's super irritating, yeah. It's like supplication, but worse. Maybe. The gameplay loop's pretty bad. Yeah, it is. It's just attack mob, use strike, summon swarm. That's it. You can just keep resummoning pets and sending it in. It spawns with more than half its HP from dead. Can spam down any boss. With the you talking about resummoning the swarm pets? Yeah, you probably do that. Yeah. I always try hard to get solos here. At every camp. No, I try there too. It just they spawn on me on the way back. A couple of BMs can cycle spam that? Yeah. The main pet resummoning? When you like revive the pet? Oh, I think at higher level, yeah, you revive it with like 50% health or something. We need to do the cultist again if we can. I know how to do the crafting over there now. Yeah, are you on right now? I'll send you a link. I think it's a full set, like every caster slot or every cloth slot. I don't know. I haven't made them all yet, so we'll see. Yeah, well, I think it's different amounts of fabric and different amounts of shadows, but yeah. So far, that's what it seems like, yeah. What do you have a target at -1? -1 means unlimited frame rate. So it uncaps it. If you do it at like max frame rate is 200, -1 means unlimited. So I just put it at -1 and it just does whatever it does. But I think my monitor is like 144 hertz, so it'll cap it out at like 144. Well, 240 there. When I first clicked on it, it was 240, and then it immediately dropped down like 10, 80. It's just all over the place. Definitely curious what proper play looks like in terms of skill use, how to melee and everything, because just looking at the wiki and imagining it doesn't hook me. I mean, you're looking at proper gameplay right now. Like, this is it. But it depends on the class that you're playing. Like, for a fighter, you can pretty much just spam your abilities. For other classes, you obviously don't want to spam them because you're going to have limit on the amount of mana that you have. For Beastmaster, oh, it's just spam abilities. Send in pets, spam abilities. That's it. And there's only one ability at low level. So, on my level 6, I have Strike. So, I'm just like... Basically, you hit Strike, you send in pets, so you're going to / pet attack or whatever, so you have your pets attack. And then when you get higher level and you get some shaman spells, you'll cast buffs on yourself, and then you'll debuff the mob, so you can like slow the mob or haste yourself and haste your pet, things like that. Play a monk and you don't even get a full ability bar. Do they not have a full ability bar? Really? They don't have 10 abilities they can use? I know they have their jab. They have what, round kick? 2 slots are still open? That's stupid. That's really sad. I mean, there's a lot of abilities that like I don't use on my fighter, but at least I can fill my bar. No one seems to play wizard. Wizards are not very good in a group right now. They're actually terrible for a group at the moment. They're really the only good thing about a wizard is quad kiting and then burning down bosses. All the wizard does well. Doesn't seem good. It's really not. It's really not. A lot of classes are in a bad place. I mean, I've been saying it for a while. People don't want to listen to me, and that's okay. Some of you, though, are intelligent, and you hear me and you listen. The ones that agree with me are smart. Everyone else is dumb. No, that's not true. But no, I've been saying for a while that some of these classes need to be reworked a lot. Like, just certain classes they're just bad. You know? You may not notice it until you start playing with other players or you play a different class or whatever, but when you start to see what other classes can do compared to the class that you're playing, you start to realize where things are overpowered or underpowered. Honestly feel about after absorbing content, a lot of people are just wrong. They are, yeah. A lot of people are absolutely incorrect with this game. I mean, I'm probably not always right. You know, like anybody that thinks that they're always right 100% of the time is most likely not right. And I'm sure there's a difference of opinion and stuff, but man, there's some takes out there that are just like way off. Like they want it to be true. They want it to be true so badly that they're willing to argue it, but it's just not a true statement, you know? So far, day-to-day gameplay, it is fair that Beast and Elemental feel very similar. No, Beastmaster and Elementalist they're different. Beastmaster is going to be melee oriented, so you're going to actually have to move your character into melee range and actually, turn on auto attack and hit things. You're going to be casting debuffs on mobs, buffs on your party members. Elementalist is going to also be sending in a pet like a Beastmaster does, but they're going to be mostly casting nukes. They're not going to really be casting a lot of buffs. They have their damage shield. That might be it. As far as buffs are concerned. We just need to go up there and pull really fast and kill everything. Yeah, Elementalists are literally just nukers. They're wizards with a pet. So... yeah, Beastmaster is definitely more APM. But I think Elementalists need some work. I mean, they're strong classes right now, but being a strong class doesn't mean it's a good class. So many bad opinions, unguided. There are that, yeah, that is true. I like to choose your class group chats, but they are all very wrong. They are, yes. They are a lot of people are very wrong, in my opinion. I agree. What's crazy, if you look at Wizard and Elemental spells, they get the same damage nukes, just Wizard has a lure line. Yeah. That's what I've been saying. Like, they're literally, an elementalist is a wizard with a pet. The main difference is going to be that an elementalist has their pet. The wizard has the ability to get mana back easier, right? So a wizard will have more mana regen and more ways to gain mana so they can cast more nukes than an elementalist. That's the main difference between them. But when you put them into an XP group, it ends up being the elementalist or the wizard casts like 1 nuke per fight. And then the wizard is going to melee a little bit or use their staff ability. And the elementalist is going to send in their pet. The elementalist pet is way stronger than the wizard using melee or their staff. So ultimately, it's just better to have an elementalist. Because the elementalist also has their aura from their pet on top of that. Wizard has CC and utility? Not really. I mean, the wizard's got teleports, which, okay, whoopity-doo, but they don't really have any CC. What CC does the wizard have? I mean, they can root. Can't elementalists root? Do they not have a root? I don't think I've ever tried to root with one. They gave Wizard the mana orb line that does poop damage for no mana. Yeah. Only the Earth Pet's got root? Yeah, that's what I was thinking. They had root from the Earth Pet. But, yeah, I mean... Yeah. I would say Elementalist is better to have in your party. Overall. Way better to have in your party. It's similar well, it's better DPS because it's got the sustained DPS. Spell crit difference. So, spell crit is a lie basically. Yes, the wizard does crit with its spells, but the idea of the wizard is that you want to try to get the kill shot on the mob. So a crit, unless you can guarantee the crit, you don't ever try to get a crit kill shot. You want to try to kill the mob with your nuke to maintain mana. So a crit would just be overkill. So it basically becomes crit on a wizard is not thought out and one of the worst possible things that they could have put on the wizard. It doesn't function the way that you would hope it would. Now, crit on a wizard when they're just burning their mana and they're just like literally chain nuking, that could be nice. And that's why wizards are really good DPS for like a boss or chain nuking something. Ah, we got a stupid ad. Hey, what's up, Nicodemus? Hope you're having a good day. How goes it? Me just short break from the day job. Nice. I'm glad you're on a short break. Somebody... No, okay. I was thinking that you... Never mind. I don't know. Anyway, I'm glad you're on a short break. Hope you're having a fun day. Crit is only useful if you're overflowing resources and nuke extra, which is when? Exactly. Almost never. Mage plet plus error aura, if any melee, is just better DPS. Oh yeah, it's way better. Way better. Yeah, the mage or the elementalist is so much better than the wizard. So much better. Wizard are amazing when they say going AFK 5 minutes after I empty my mana bar and just eviscerate the next 3 pulls. Yeah. Pretty much. That's what wizards do. You don't want one in your party unless you're just like friends with them or something. Adding a wizard to your party is like adding a second tank to your party. Right? They'll do a little bit, but ultimately it's a net negative for your group. Wonder how wizards are like 55 plus with 1400 damage nukes and 1400 mana return. Well, that mana return is only like once every 10 minutes. So, like I was saying, the wizard doesn't change much, even at 55 plus. Wizards are good for burning down a mob. Once they are out of mana, they are basically worthless. So they're very good, though, for spending all of their mana and doing tons of damage very quickly. But an elementalist can do the exact same thing. Tank and spank, except wizard spanks harder. Yeah, but they run out of mana if they do that. That's the problem. You should be given a timer when wizard crit activates, like a crit bar. I mean, I think that instead of giving them crit, wizard should get a buff that makes the next spell they cast free mana or something. Or when they crit, they automatically get back like a portion of the mana or something like that. Like, it shouldn't be extra damage. With the way that wizards currently work, it should not be extra damage. No, wizard is not a tank. No, it's not a tank at all. We had a conversation earlier in the day about adding, like, if you have a tank and you have a party of 5 players, you already have a tank. Adding in another tank is a net negative to the group. You don't need 2 tanks in a group. It's just not worth it. It was an addition to that from a while ago. No one plays them. Why? No one plays a wizard. Why? Is because they're terrible in groups. They bring nothing to a group that another class wouldn't do better. Is probably the best way of saying it. Just better DPS options because other classes have utility too. It's not the utility, it's the DPS. Wizards have almost no sustained DPS compared to other classes. Like melee classes are going to be better. Pet classes, their pet's going to be sustained DPS. Wizards, the only thing that a wizard does well is burst damage. That is it. But once they burst, they do nothing. So, like, you might kill one mob ultra fast, and then they sit there and twiddle their thumbs for the next 3 mobs. And then they're going to kill one mob ultra fast, and then they're going to twiddle their thumbs for the next 3 mobs. That's what a wizard does. But the overall damage... So if you were to actually average the damage out, let's say they burst down one mob super fast and they don't do any damage for the next 3 mobs. So they kill a total of 4 mobs in your party. They might do, let's say, I don't know the numbers exactly, but let's say they do 10,000 damage to this mob and they do 0 damage to these 3 mobs. A melee class might do like 3,000 damage to each one of these mobs. So they'll do overall 12,000 damage for 4 mobs versus a wizard doing 10,000 damage to one and then 0 damage to the others. So they do overall less damage, sustained damage over time. And then that also messes up your spawn timers. So in this game, you're at a camp. Let's say you have 5 mobs in your camp. You kill one, and then another one spawns. You kill like all 5 of them. By the time you kill all 5, the first one spawns again, right? But if you have a wizard in your party, well, that's going to mess up your spawn timers, and things may not spawn after you kill one. Like, you're going to kill one, you might have to wait 20 seconds for another one to spawn because you killed one too fast or whatever. Then the next time around, those 2 are going to spawn kind of at the same time together because you get your timers are all out of whack. And then you have to deal with having 2 mobs at the same time. It just becomes a hassle. So, yeah, adding a wizard to your party is just, it's a net negative to your group. Wizard tanks, they're just terrible at it. They can tank. They are very terrible at it, though. I wouldn't mind seeing a Spellblade tank type of class in this game. A tank that utilizes mana as a resource. So instead of taking health damage, like give them the health pool of a caster, of an int caster, but give them mana that allows them to get a lot of mana and use their mana as a health pool, but then give them ways to bring that mana back up. So it, like maybe 90% of the damage goes to their mana pool and 10% of the damage goes to their health pool, so that you still need a healer for them. You know, something like that would be kind of cool. Or like a transfer of when you heal them, they gain mana or something. But it would be a really niche class, and they would have to really balance. It'd be a pain in the butt to make. But it'd be kind of cool. Ah, crap. 2 again. Where did this one come from? All right, I'll move it after it's rooted. Let's see. The idea that Wizard is supposed to help you burn down mobs when you accidentally pull 5 just never holds up in practice. Yeah, it doesn't. Because everyone brings CC. You always deal with the circumstance of CC. Yeah. I mean, a Wizard is actually better off. And if you pull 5 mobs, you're better off having the Wizard root 4 of those mobs and CC them, while the rest of the group deals with 1 mob, right? It's better for the Wizard to do that than it is for the Wizard to try to focus, burn 1 of them or 2 of them down very quickly and just let the mobs go crazy. Way better to CC the mobs. Wizards can port you to your bind location. S tier grouping. They can. What is my TLDR tier list? For like what? Like just as far as class being good or bad in a party or solo or what? Like I could do a TLDR, but yeah, I need more constraints, I guess. Do you expect the upcoming class change patch to overhaul many classes, or are you expecting more of a balanced polish? I imagine some classes need more attention than others. I don't think it's going to be major overhaul to a lot of classes. No, I think we're going to see a lot more changes to hybrids more than anything. That's just my guess, though. So, like, I'm hoping we see things where we don't have the homogenization between the primary class and the hybrid. So, like, a paladin isn't a cleric with fighter abilities. It's its own thing. It's got its own unique abilities to the paladin, which it already has, right? It already has, but it also has its parent abilities. That's kind of what I'm hoping for, anyway. At least one class will lose a pet. We do know that. Sean specifically said something to the case of one of the classes will lose a pet. I think it's going to be a Shadow Knight. I think it needs to be a Shadow Knight. Gotta get back to the day job. Yeah, take care. Have a good one. Appreciate you stopping by, Nicodemus. For groups, I mean, I could try to do a quick rundown. I would say like S tier classes for groups are Enchanter, Shaman, Shadow Knight. Just trying to think of like roles for tanking and all that. So Enchanter, Shaman, Shadow Knight are good for grouping. Druid's good for grouping. Cleric is good for grouping. Those would all be like S tier classes, I think, for grouping. But I mean, I could break that down further though. Like, is a cleric an S tier? No, I would say that it's really hard to do. Like, I need very specific. So for a group tank, I would say that any of the tanks are going to be fine for a group, so they're all S-tier tanks as far as grouping is concerned. There are, for certain situations, better tanks than others. But it's really hard to say. Like it's hard to break that down like that. It's too generic of a thing. Like you got to be way more specific. Like an S-tier DPS, right? S-tier DPS would be probably your Spellblade at higher levels and your Archer. And a Mage. Or a Elementalist. Those would probably be your current S-tier DPS classes. Is a Fighter S-tier? For tanking raid bosses, yes. For certain types of groups, yes. A fighter would be S-tier group tank because they don't have mana, so they don't have to worry about that. But I also feel like the other classes, the other tanks, don't have to spend their mana to be good. But because they have mana, people that play those classes are like, oh, I have to use my mana to be a good class. And it's like, you don't have to. The only thing that a fighter does is use Rend, Frenzy, Armor Break, Taunt, Kick. That's it, really, for the most part. That's all I have to do. I don't really use anything else. Now, can I use other things? Sure, but I don't need to. The crazy thing is, all three of the other tanks have the equivalent of Rend, Frenzy, Taunt, and Kick. The only difference is the Armor Break, which I use, but they don't have. Literally the only difference. So for somebody to say that they're, they're not as good because, the only, well, then you have like dual wield versus two-handed weapon or whatever, which is not that big of a difference. It's decent, but it's not huge. Rindy, yes. It's my Rindy. But anyway, have they suggested when we hear something on classes? Soon. They have not said when. Interesting. Rogue, Monk, Ranger, etc. all down pegs DPS-wise. Yeah, Rogue, Monk, and Ranger are not good DPS at the moment. They would be like... I would say a Rogue is probably a B-tier DPS right now. Monk, probably a high B-tier, maybe low A-tier. And then a Ranger is mid... Ranger is in a good place, right? It doesn't need to be high S-tier DPS. But a Ranger is an S-tier group class because of its DPS plus utility. Like, it has really good DPS and utility. Like, the amount of utility that a Ranger brings definitely makes up for its lack of DPS. Absolutely makes up for its lack of DPS. Because it's not that much lower. I would say that the difference between a Ranger and a Spellblade DPS-wise is not a significant amount. I gave casters 5 mana once every 3 minutes. Monk utility is through the roof. Right? It's crazy. Crazy. Why is Rogue so bad currently? It's missing its poisons, which are a good part of its toolkit. Yeah, Rogue basically right now is auto attack with the very occasional decent like backstab. It's basically a stealth bot. People have a Rogue so they can stealth around and look at stuff. How are shamans for solo? Shamans can solo. I would say a shaman soloing is about the same as a shaman like in a party, XP wise. They're not terrible, but they're not great. I think shaman solo's in an okay place. It's about where it probably should be. Sap is amazing. Yeah. We talked about it yesterday. It's okay. I don't see how it's more amazing than Mez or Feign Death or some other abilities that other classes have. So like EQ Rogue? It's like an EQ Rogue with every other class having more abilities that it can do. Like, an EQ Rogue doesn't translate well into this game. It needs other things. More reliable, less risky? To do sap? Not necessarily. You can't even use sap on Undead, which is like 50% of the game. That's rough, especially with poisons, yeah. Yeah, it's rogues just needed some love. They're missing their kit. They don't have what they need. I'm not saying Sap is better than Mez, nor that Rogue is a replacement. I just like Sap, especially in conjunction with Monk. Yeah, no, Sap is a good skill, sure. Yeah, it's a good skill. I wouldn't put a Rogue in my group, though, for Sap. That's the problem. Sap doesn't make up for everything else that the Rogue lacks. But Sap itself is a good skill. Sure. But, Charm is also a good skill. Like... maybe I'll wait to do Rogue until first update, then I kind of want to do Deep Elf Rogue anyway. Yeah, I would wait on Rogue until they actually get it fully implemented. It's just not in a good place. Like, it's supposed to be, according to Nick, who no longer is part of the team, it's supposed to be an S-tier DPS class. So, but I think that's just like the sentiment of the team, right? It's not like Nick was going to make it an S-tier DPS class. It was just Rogue is supposed to be an S-tier DPS class. It currently is like a low A tier, maybe even a B tier DPS class. Like, I would say that the Rogue is probably doing 80% of the damage that it should be doing right now. The Fighter is probably doing 110% of the damage that it should be doing right now. Which means that the Fighter and the Rogue are doing about the same amount of damage. Which should not be the case. S-tier DPS right now, I would say a well-geared, high-level Spellblade is S-tier DPS. An Archer, S-tier DPS. Elementalist, S-tier DPS. I'd say those are some of the best at the moment. Beastmaster does a lot of DPS. I don't know if any charmed mob is S-tier DPS. I don't know if Beastmaster is too strong DPS wise. I just think that the way that its kit functions just needs to be looked at. Here's the problem with every one of the melee being S tier. Then you just get melee heavy groups. Yeah, that's 100% what's going to happen. Right now, it's very melee heavy groups that have no resource need to kill super fast with little to no downtime. The game already had that iteration, and they're trying to get away from it. So there needs to be 2 or 3 S tier classes, and the rest fall wherever. Maybe, not necessarily. I wouldn't say. Like, here's why it doesn't need to be that way. Because when people think S tier DPS, you're thinking they do the most damage, right? So if something is doing the most damage, it shouldn't have utility, healing, tanking. It shouldn't have those things. So a rogue being an S tier DPS shouldn't have much of anything else. It should just be doing damage. That should be its main focus. So when you take like a rogue, let's say a rogue is doing 100 DPS. Now, where should a ranger fall in on that? A ranger should probably be doing 80 DPS. But a ranger has a lot of utility. They've got their Sal, they've got oh my god, hang on a second. I gotta try to thread the needle here. There we go. Yeah, I saw it. They have their Sal, they have their snare, they have their aura that they put up, which increases, the stats on other classes. They have their regen, they have heals. They have a lot of other utility, so they're only going to be doing about 80% of that, right? So now if you factor in, let's say, a caster class. So a rogue is doing 100 DPS. Let's just say for theoretically. You now have an elementalist that is a caster. How much damage should that pet be doing? If a rogue, supposed to be a top tier DPS class, is doing 100 DPS, should that elementalist be able to keep up and do 100 DPS? But it also has a pet, right? So the pet, let's say the pet does 50 DPS, just for argument's sake. That's doing half the amount of a rogue. Now the elementalist can also do another 50 DPS with their spells. Just theoretically. But on top of that, the elementalist pet has an aura that gives everybody in the party a chance to attack an additional time. So that adds more DPS to the group. They also have the ability to summon bandages. They also have the ability to get proc weapons, like things like that. So like, where does utility fall in when it comes to the DPS? And that's what people don't factor. They don't think about that at all. They just think, I want to be, if you're 100 DPS, I should be 100 DPS. Doesn't matter what all my utility is. We should be equal on DPS. But that's not the case. It should not be that way. So you have to factor in the other things that the class does. And that's why spellcasters oftentimes don't meet the same DPS as some melee classes do. Now, spellcasters are, like you said, limited by their mana pool. So they have a limited resource, which means, okay, so now, let's say a wizard versus a rogue. A wizard can do the exact same DPS as a rogue, but it's limited by its mana pool. So that kind of, balances it out a little bit. The wizard also, though, has the ability to burst down mobs faster. So it can technically do more DPS in a short amount of time. So you have to factor all these things in. You can't just look at one thing and be like, well, that has to be equal. You can't do that. Is it possible Rogue is already S tier and they just haven't found good enough daggers? It's possible. Where would you put Necromancer, Enchanter, Beastmaster, and Wizard in that DPS tier list? So Necromancer, outside of Charm, we're going to remove Charm from that. I would say the Beastmaster is probably the best one and the one that I would want because, like we were saying, the melee advantage, right? The pets and the Beastmaster itself being able to melee without having to spend any type of resource. Big advantage there. Another issue, Necromancers use dots. So dots, they can only put up like 1 dot per fight if they even do that because TTK is too fast right now. And because TTK is so fast, Necromancer dots are really not worth casting. So that kind of ruins that. right? Wizards right now, because of their limited resources, they don't have the sustained damage that a melee has, so they're kind of lower on that sustained damage DPS, but they're very high on the burst damage DPS. So they just need to balance it a little bit more. They need to do something with Wizards to allow them to have a bit more sustained damage so that they can keep up with melee, like they can keep up with like rogues or whatever, DPS-wise. But them having the ability to burst means that they should not have as much sustain. So you have to kind of look at all of those different factors. And then Enchanter right now, without Charm, Enchanter's terrible DPS. However, you do have to factor in all the utility that Enchanters have. So an Enchanter, if you take a party of 5 classes, and this is the best way I can explain it. You have 5 classes in your party. You have a healer doing 0 DPS. Let's say it's a cleric and it's doing nothing, right? DPS-wise. You have a fighter that's in your party. Let's say the fighter's doing 50 DPS. Then you have 3 very equal DPS classes, and they're all doing 100 DPS each. So your total amount of DPS that you're doing with that group of party of 5 is 350 DPS. Now, I can add in, let's say, another 100 DPS class, just to make things equal. So we add another DPS class that's doing 100 more. Now you're doing 450 DPS. Or I could add in an Enchanter that is doing 0 DPS. Let's say they're not charming and they're doing 0 DPS, but they can increase the DPS of those 3 DPS classes by 50%. And the tank by 50%. So they took that 450 up to 675 DPS, whereas adding a DPS class only went up by 100. So they only went from 450 to 550. So you see how like an Enchanter, even if the Enchanter does 0 damage, is still a huge benefit to a party because they're adding in so much more damage. Now, these are all theoretical numbers, but that's the idea of how the Enchanter is supposed to work. So DPS-wise, an Enchanter is not supposed to do DPS. It's supposed to increase the DPS or healing or whatever for your party. So, anyway. How long are Enchanter haste buffs? 1 hour. Watching everyone else go to explore and play the release of the game and call it beta testing makes me sad. Should be more private. Sure, I guess. I don't know. I don't know where you're coming with that, but sure. I don't disagree necessarily. It's still beta testing. Just like alpha testing was alpha testing. I mean, it is limited, though. I agree. I wish that it was open up to more people. I don't know what people's suggestion with DPS these days. Can't you just play a class because you want to play a class? You could, yeah. Sure. Like, nobody's stopping people from playing a class because they want to play a class. Like, play whatever you want to play. But the issue is, if you're playing a class that another class does better, people aren't going to want you in your party. And this game is supposed to be a group-based party game. So would you not want to play a class that people want to have in your party? It doesn't have to be DPS necessarily. It could be anything. Tanking, healing, utility. It could be any of those things. But if your class is overshadowed by another class to the point where your class is now obsolete, why would you want to play that class? Why would anybody want you in their party? I totally get, okay, I'm playing a rogue, and I just like the fantasy of playing a rogue, right? But in an MMORPG like this one, why would I put a rogue in the party if they're not doing more DPS than another class, or they're not bringing more utility than another class, or they're not giving something else? Why would I Why would I just pick one of the other 17 classes that do something better than the rogue? I totally get that people want this to be like a tabletop D&D campaign, you know, where, hey, we're all friends, we're all just hanging out, having fun together, and it doesn't matter how efficient you are. I totally get that's what people want, but that's not going to happen unless you're playing in a static group. If you're playing in a pug, people are going to want you to be good. You know, they're going to expect you to pull your weight. So, yeah. Why are MMO devs so bad at class balance? I don't think that's a fully true statement, but I get where you're coming from. That's why Charm is S+++, man. EverQuest, it was fun and amazing and enabled a lot of things to happen that shouldn't have happened. And they ended up nursing it because they didn't nurse it. I wouldn't say they nursed it because things like that, just something that, you know. Okay, so are you talking about EverQuest in 1999? Or are you talking about EverQuest in 2026? When you talk about Charm being good and nerfing it or nursing it and all that kind of stuff, like, because that's a completely different thing. Right? That's the problem. Is over the last 27 years of EverQuest being around, people have learned that Charm in EverQuest is super strong. So go to a TLP server. Go to one of these emulators. And everybody just wants to focus everything around Charm. That's the problem with it. Why would you play any other class if it didn't have Charm? That's literally the issue. But anyway, in this game specifically, it's because there are too many classes with too much overlap. Yeah, I agree with that. There's way too many classes, and they didn't like make them unique enough, which I think is part of why they are going to do this overhaul kind of thing. What's your ideal 6-man comp right now? Ooh, that's a tough one. That's a tough one. Right now, I would say with the current balance of classes and everything, the way it currently is, I mean, really, your best 6-man is going to be probably like a druid and then like 5 enchanters. To be honest, like all charming mobs, and then have the druid spot heal, and actually a cleric with 5 enchanters is probably better. So that when Charm breaks, the cleric can... well, no. Probably druid still. Because the enchanters can just stun their own mobs. Yeah, I would say probably 5 enchanters and a druid. Would be probably like the overall best like game-winning for leveling up. And... basically anything from 1 to 59. I'm not going to say 60 because raid stuff changes. But leveling up and going after camps and all that kind of stuff, I would say that. Druid or Shaman for Sal? Yeah, exactly. You would want Druid or Shaman for Sal, and then I would say Druid for the snare. So that when a mob tries to run, you can snare it so it doesn't like get a bunch more mobs. And then have the enchanters give regen to all the enchanters, a health regen, and then let them deal with their own mobs. If a charm breaks and the enchanter takes a little bit of damage, you know, like the the druid can just spot heal him back up. Not really a big deal. Exactly. You have 5 enchanters, AoE, like they can stun, they can AoE stun, they have mana regen, they have, you know, interrupts, they have literally everything you need in that party. It's just kind of silly. How are things outside of class mechanics, zone design, music, cities? Music is top tier. Amazing music. Zone design is hit or miss. Some zones are done really well. Others not as much. But I feel like the design team has done a really good job with the dungeons and stuff that I've seen so far. The cities can be hard to learn. A lot of people feel like Night Harbor, for example, has a lot of open space that's just not utilized. That's because there's going to be player housing within Night Harbor. So it just feels very empty. Because right now you can buy a house, but you can't furnish it. So it does feel very empty. But I think that the design of the city itself is nice. One thing that I absolutely love about this game and the cities is like Night Harbor is... It's not just a place you go for a city, but you can also XP there. You could actually stay in Night Harbor from level 1 to 60. You could get to level 60 with never leaving the zone if you wanted to, which is kind of neat. Have any idea when the overhaul, at least the announcement? We don't know when exactly when it's going to happen. They just kind of talked about it. They talked about it like 2 weeks ago. Yeah, big show. That's what this beta's for. I mean, it's for tweaking, not twinking. But the problem is a lot of these have been in the game throughout all of alpha, and we've been giving the same feedback to a lot of these things that I'm talking about today, and they haven't changed it, which is kind of frustrating. Spellblade dual wield off the bat? I don't know if they can off the bat. They definitely get dual wield by like level 10 or 15 at the latest, but I don't know if it's off the bat. I think it's because this group doesn't require perfect setup to do well. Yeah. And that's a good thing about this Blurpfish. Like, that's a really good thing about this game, and something that I like about it is that you don't have to put together a perfect team to function in the game. But if you do put together a perfect team, it's much easier. And that's the problem that we're seeing right now, and it's because of the imbalance with certain classes in the game right now. If they don't balance that properly, then people will gravitate towards specific groups. EverQuest 1 did it too. Like, everybody wanted in EverQuest 1, you wanted to have a warrior, a cleric, a rogue, and a monk in your party, right? Like, it was just... And then an enchanter. And, like, you just wanted to make, like, these perfect groups. That because certain classes were just better to have than another class. So you need to have some balance between the classes so that you don't... So not everybody always wants these specific classes all the time. Now, some imbalance is also very nice because, you know, it adds a little bit of fun and makes things a little bit more interesting. So, you know, there's a balance to the balance, right? You don't want to make it perfectly balanced and everybody is equal across the board. That would be bad. So it's just, yeah, there's just a lot of things they have to do. What classes I'm playing? I'm playing a fighter currently. You have 5 enchanters, AoE stun, we read that. Sal very strong at keeping enchanter alive. If there's, yeah. That's why I would say druid with enchanters for that. For that perfect group setup right now, which hopefully they change. How is Necro in a group at high level? Where did I see that? Did I see that question? Yeah, how's Necro in a group high end? Necros in a group high end are good. I have a Necro friend who's level 60. He might join us later today. We might do some stuff with him later today. We'll see. But like our Necro, for example, we don't have Snare in our party outside of the Necro. So the Necro adds Snare to the party, which is really nice. They also have their pet DPS. Also adds Feign Death for Feign Death pulling. He can Charm to add a lot of DPS if we're fighting undead. But yeah, Necromancers are in a good spot for a group. I think that if they need to increase TTK a little bit, make TTK a little bit longer, so that the Necro dots are actually viable, what it would mean is that as soon as a mob gets to camp, a Necro dots it immediately and lets that dot tick all the way down. Or at least get, like 75% of the dot. Right now, TTK is around like 20 seconds in a full party, maybe 30 seconds at higher level. And Necro dots are 60 seconds long. So they just don't get their full potential. So that means that they're not very mana efficient, which feels kind of bad for Necromancers. I feel the life and death of this game is the class update. I'm making it sound that way. I definitely overemphasize some things. But I don't think that the class update is going to be the life or death of the game. I think it will definitely make the game either wildly popular or continue to remain very niche. Which some people would be okay with it staying very niche. Some people are like, no, we don't want more than 1,000 people playing this game. And they don't necessarily need more than 1,000 people playing this game. So for some people, they're like, no, leave it exactly like it is, and that's fine. And for those people, I think the game's in a great place. Yeah, exactly, sup, baby. I think the game's fun in its current form, but I think that it just needs some balancing tweaks. I think what'll end up happening if they don't make these balancing tweaks, even the players that want a very niche experience will be turned off. So here's why. Think about it this way. If, as a casual player, okay, and I would say that a lot of you probably are casual players, you probably don't like the idea that a raid guild is going to be able to come in and lock down mobs and make it to where you never see those. Right? I've seen this complaint many times. And people keep saying they don't want that, they want to get away from that, etc., etc., etc. If they don't make some of these balance changes, the entirety of the game is going to be like that. You're going to have people playing it based strictly on power, and they're going to be playing the super ultra powerful classes, and they're going to lock down the entire game doing that. So if you don't like it just at the high end with raids, you're really going to hate it for the remainder of the game, and it's going to push a lot of people away. It's kind of like the PvP side of the game. If you're like, I like PvP because I like the roleplay PvP, and when people are like, oh, I see a dark elf over there, and I'm playing a high elf, and we don't get along, and I'm going to go kill the dark elf, right? People like that, and they want other people to play that way. But in a PvP game on this, it's just going to be a bunch of people griefing each other and ruining the experience for everybody else, which is not what you want. So that's what I'm trying to get at with this whole thing, is it's like, I get that some people are going to want the game to be a certain way, but it will not be that way. No matter how much you want it to be that way, it will not be that way if it stays in its current state. So, there's already people right now on this server that are killing raid bosses, duos or trios, that are not level 60. and they're killing raid bosses. So if you are okay with the game in its current state, you better be okay with people duoing and trioing raid bosses sub-level 60. These are level 63 raid encounters that people under level 60 are doing with 2 or 3 players. So if you're okay with that, then by all means, let's keep making the game exactly how it is. TTK is a horrible mechanic, by the way. It's not a mechanic. TTK is not a mechanic at all. I don't know what you're talking about. Also, dots tick every 6 seconds due to how they did the server. Yeah, I don't know if I like the idea that they continued the server ticks or the 6-second ticks and all that kind of stuff. But dots don't tick that way. They don't tick every 6 seconds. Do they? I'm pretty sure the dot ticks it's every 6 seconds based on when it lands on the character or the NPC. There's server ticks, and then there's like other ticks, like dots. Of course, I think they have too many classes. I would agree with that. I think they have too many classes. I mean, I think they definitely went overboard with that. I need to see their flavor. We're an EQ emulator right now with custom rules. Kinda, yeah. It's the BM spam I was talking about. Boss is getting pulled out of zone line and reviving spam. Yeah, yeah. I know what you're talking about, Tom. I got you. I know exactly who's doing it, too. I know exactly what it is. I get it. And I disagree with it, but you know, the people that keep telling me that I'm wrong and disagree with some of the things that I'm saying, well, I'll wait till this Myrmidon moves. Nope. Oh, it attacked the Myrmidon? 1 million subs in Indie MMO? I don't think we're going to get that. I don't think we're going to get that at all. Being way too critical. Nobody's going to not play with you because you're a rogue. Rogues are just fine. Keep thinking that. Let's see. Who all rogue? 13 players on the server. Who all druid? 29 players on the server. Is that telling? Enchanter, 39 on the server. I mean, it's literally happening, man. Like you want to deny. That's fine. That's fine. Deny it all you want. It's literally happening. People are not playing rogue because rogue is not in a good place. They don't want rogues in their party, so they're not putting rogues in their party. So people that playing rogues are not having fun, and they're quitting the game, and they're choosing a different class. I mean, that's what's happening. Whether you want it to happen or not is a different story. I don't want it to happen. So I'm saying we need to make rogues better. Rogues are in a bad place. If they are one of the least played classes, they are probably one of the top want to play classes. Like a lot of people want to play a rogue. And 13 people are currently playing a rogue. But the problem is that people aren't playing them because they're not worth playing and nobody wants them in their group. And soloing right now is king, which is why you see 39 enchanters, 29 druid, and 13 rogues. Like, it's literally right in front of our faces what's happening. What about inquisitors? 3. 6 Spellblades online, 1 over level 35. Yeah. There's a reason for these things, guys. There's 100% a reason for these. I can give you the reason for every single one of these. But you have to actually believe me. Like, and you actually have to be open-minded about it and not just completely shut off. Like, you have to... I don't know what to say, man. You can't just hope for the best. You can't be like, oh, everything's going to be fine. Hopes and dreams. It's not gonna work out. It's not gonna work out. You plan on playing Pally, Monk, and Bard? Yeah. Yeah, you gotta look at it. Look at it. Look. What was that? That was that guy that was like, he was trying to sell a car or something, wasn't it? Look at it. Look. Inquisitor is really underappreciated. It is. Inquisitor's in a pretty good spot. Inquisitor is a good class that people don't understand. Umpax. Okay, so yeah, most dots say they tick every 6 seconds. Correct. Yes, that is correct. Which I assume is intended to be in line with the server tick. That is not correct. Yeah, that's where the thing. So server ticks are this, and your dots and your hots and things that tick every 6 seconds. It's when you cast them, when they land, then they tick every 6 seconds from the time they land. Has nothing to do with the server ticks. They're actually separate. Server ticks are things like your health ticks, your meditation ticks, those kind of things are on server ticks. Dots should not last a minute. Well, not all of them do. Some dots are 30 seconds. Some of them last a minute. I think there's even dots that may be longer than a minute as well. Let's say your group has an enchanter. Why bring an inquisitor? You probably wouldn't want to. It would be redundant. But if you don't have an enchanter, or if you do have an inquisitor, you probably just wouldn't get an enchanter, right? You wouldn't really need one. But I mean, there still might be reasons for it. Enchanter's haste is better, and the enchanter's mez is going to be better and easier. So yeah, the inquisitor though, that's why this is literally the reason why earlier in the day I was saying that hybrids need to be completely reworked. Completely reworked. Like, hybrids in this game should not be enchanter, fighter, combined inquisitor, but worse. That's literally the reason I was saying that. Because, like you said, who would want an enchanter if you have an inquisitor? Who wants a paladin if you have a cleric? Who wants a Shadow Knight if you have a necromancer? You know, like, there's reasons, I guess, sort of, but I got 2 coming. But yeah, anyway, every serious group will have an enchanter. They probably will. But not necessarily. There's somebody in chat earlier that said that their static group did not have an enchanter, and I don't even think it had a bard. But it's their static group. But you did say serious group. So, but yeah, I would imagine that anybody that really, an enchanter is going to be wanted in a group for sure. I don't disagree with you, Fantasy Freak. Don't disagree with that at all. Which does make inquisitors less wanted. 100%, I totally agree with you. Which is why I advocate for nerfing charm, because right now enchanters are not really, they don't want to group. Oh my god. Yeah, that guy just literally put his pet on that. I got it. Anyway, but yeah, I agree with the enchanters. Yeah, there. I mean, anyway, might as well take the RP out of RPG because if people are just going to playing their class and min-max everything. Well, you're trying. Hold on. Let's flip it. Why are you dictating how people should play the game? You're saying that we are going to be dictating how people should play the game, and you don't like that. So why are you trying to dictate that people should just play the class for roleplay purposes? Why is your idea better and should be used over anybody else's? If you're not charming, you would never want a second enchanter. Yeah, you don't need a second enchanter. Because that's what RPG means, in your opinion. In your opinion, that's what I'm playing the role of I want to be the best DPS rogue in the world. It's roleplay. How is that not role-playing? You're basically putting your opinion out there. Yeah, I got 10 minutes left. It's not my opinion. It's written in the Dungeons & Dragons rulebook. Okay, so you're saying that people have to play Dungeons & Dragons the way that you're saying they do? Do you think that people really don't min-max their characters in D&D? Like, what rock are you living under? Most people that I've ever played D&D with, and I don't even like it, right? But I'm about to say what most people do, though. They min-max their combat of their characters. Why do they do that? Because they enjoy the combat side of the game, so they want to be strong in combat. I personally don't play D&D that way. I don't like to play it that way. But a lot of people do. I'm not trying to tell them they have to play it differently. I'm saying I'm going to play the game the way I want to play it. You play the game the way you want to play it. The problem is when you have an MMORPG like this, the majority of people that are going to be playing this game are most likely going to gravitate towards the stronger classes because they want that fantasy of being stronger. They don't care necessarily about the role play aspect of it. If you want to play on a role play server, then go play on a role play server. Then you have a reason to say, hey, you're not role playing properly. But we're not on a role play server. Right? So you can't really expect people to play that way. That's the problem. Good afternoon. What's going on, Gorebound? How are you? Real quick, do you have any details on the boat that goes back and forth between Keeper's Bite and Night Harbor? I do. In fact, I made a video on it, but that video is now outdated. Yeah, what do you want to know about it, Gorebound? I have a lot of information on it. There's 3 boats, actually, that go back and forth. They show up every 8 hours, in-game hours. In Night Harbor, it's, I believe, at 8 a.m., what would be 8 a.m., 4 p.m., and midnight. They show up in Night Harbor, if I'm correct on that. I think I am. Something around there anyway. And they take 36 minutes, I believe, to go from Night Harbor to Keeper's Bite. 36 minutes, so 12 in-game hours. So that means that they would show up at 8 p.m., 4 a.m., and noon, I think, in Keeper's Bite. Do they take you to the Red Mantle Village in Keeper's Bite? Yes, they take you to what is it called? Pinshaw, I think is the name of the city or town. I think it's called Pinshaw, which is the the red mantle. Gonna make a crazy claim. Box server is gonna have less of every type of whiny player. Consider playing on the box server. It might, Dharma. I think the box server is gonna have less players in general. It's gonna have equal amount of characters, less overall players, because people will be boxing, right? You've never seen a group looking for more people say, no, we don't want a rogue. Let's keep our slot open and wait for a different DPS. Yes, you have. You just don't know it. That's the problem. The people that are not looking, they're looking for more people. Like, you haven't seen it because, like, they're not advertising that. Like, what do you expect them to do? Looking for more, no rogues. Like, what? What are we talking about? The problem is you have people like Group Finder. These are the groups looking for classes, right? Or for people right now, right? And you have an LFG list here. Like, I don't know. They're not like advertising, hey, the heck is that? Yeah, what the heck was that? I saw a elemental pet run by. That was weird. Anyway. Yeah, I mean, I really hope that the game plays out the way that you want it to, with like everybody role playing their characters and being like, I'm a dwarf and I'm gonna be a blah, whatever. You know, they're gonna be role playing and that's what you want. I really hope it plays out that way. But unfortunately, you're on an MMORPG on the internet, so the chances of it working out that way are very, very, very slim. They'll have a roleplay server most likely. They might. They said that they might have a roleplay server. And I recommend people that want to play that way to go to the roleplay server. And guess what? Guess what's going to happen on that roleplay server? You're going to disagree with people on that roleplay server and if they're role-playing properly to your liking or not. You're going to have a hard time with it. I won't play on a roleplay server for that reason. I would love to go to a roleplay server and actually roleplay my character and do all of that. I think it would be a lot of fun. Totally think it would be great. I'm not going to do that on an open game like this where anybody can join in and play. It's going to ruin the experience for me. Like, I can't expect other players to role play the same way that I'm going to role play. So maybe their role playing is different than yours. You know, maybe their idea is that dwarves are supposed to be the best friends of elves. And your role playing is that dwarves are supposed to hate elves. Oh, well, now you got a dilemma, don't you? Well, according to the lore, you're not supposed to role play that way, mister. Like, it's stupid. It's stupid. That's right. I just want a server where characters actually have names. Yeah, I would like to see that too. And they're going to do that where they're going to limit it to a point, right? They're going to limit it to a point. Like, you're probably not going to see really absolutely silly names. Although there is a character on the beta right now named Fantasy Football. But I think they're doing it more of a joke than anything else. But it does exist. But, I mean, I'm not going to get mad about that and be like, you need to go play on a different server because I don't like that your name is Fantasy Football. Like, People that are having, if you have that kind of attitude towards it, you probably should get off the internet. You're just going to be angry all the time. You can group on box. It just might be 2 people playing 4 characters. Yeah, absolutely. What class and what MMOs did people not want to bring with them? Any class that's underpowered. Happens all the time. Yeah, my immersion. Exactly. I didn't consider that because I only really enjoy boxing myself. Prefer grouping with others, but yeah, you could absolutely group with others on the server. It's going to be less common. I think that the boxing server is going to be way less common when looking for a group. It's going to be probably harder to find a group because a majority of people are going to just have their own groups. You're probably going to see on the boxing server, I would imagine, this is just an assumption, a lot of tanks and a lot of healers. Probably a lot of shaman specifically. And then a lot of tanks. I expect to see a lot of that. And not a lot of like DPS classes or utility. Well, you might find some enchanters as well. But yeah. Well, no, the social aspect, it'll be there. It'll be there. I'm not saying it won't. Like, this isn't a you don't like waffles comment, right? I can't stand that. Why do people do that so much? I like pancakes. So you hate waffles? It is like one of the dumbest comments you could ever make. That's, like, don't do that. I'm not saying that the box server will be completely antisocial. Nobody's saying that. But it will not be as social as non-box servers. I don't think it will be. Yeah, Nielsen, I agree with that. Like, I tried to play a druid one time in WoW, and I was pigeonholed into either tanking or playing the cat druid. That was it. They didn't want me playing anything else. I mean, I could have probably played a healer druid, but yeah, nobody wanted me to play a boomkin, and very few people wanted me playing a healer. They wanted me to either tank, and honestly, for one expansion, nobody wanted me on a tanking druid. They only wanted me on a DPS druid on the cat because it was just best. They were like, "Why are you playing this other thing?" I couldn't get into raids unless I was the cat. I could, like, when I went into a dungeon, people would instantly leave the dungeon in World of Warcraft because I wasn't playing the specific class that they wanted. It was really a bad experience, and it put a bad taste in my mouth because of it. The class spec is the class in WoW? Yeah, it is. Exactly. And people didn't want to group with you. And now World of Warcraft is not this game. I'm not trying to compare the two. So don't be I hope the next thing that somebody says isn't, well, this isn't World of Warcraft. You're right, it's not, but it is an MMORPG, an online game with the same type of players. So they're going to expect you to be certain things. That's not really even true. The only time you'd ever have a problem was in raids, and you'd still get accepted in raids, but there's only 40 raid slots, so everybody had to have their own specific spot in the raids. Yeah, exactly. There's only 6 people you can have in a party in this game. So why would you think that playing a less efficient class would be wanted? Like, I mean, I'm not trying to disagree with you. I would love if people in general would play the game for the fun of it and not for the power level of it. But unfortunately, like I've said, it's the internet. They're going to play for the power. The power fantasy is what they like the most. Even people that like to role play still want that power fantasy. They still like it. You're getting groups, but not as much as OP class. Yeah, an OP class. Why do you think enchanters were always wanted in groups in EverQuest? Right? Like, there's a reason that they were wanted. It's because they did something the other classes didn't. They brought something to the table that was needed. Like, if you played EverQuest back in 1999, 2000s, you know, early 2000s, if you were playing certain classes, you would sit LFG for hours waiting for somebody to hopefully put you in their group. But if you were playing other classes, you would instantly get in a group as soon as you logged in. There's a reason for that. It's been around since MMOs have been around. People who are naive to gamers have not seen gold sellers yet. That's true. I feel a lot of bad players who refuse to play better are very vocal here. They're extremely, yeah. Well, it's not bad players necessarily. It's just that they want to be able to play the game the way they want to, which I do too. I want you to play the game the way that you want to play it. But unfortunately, the class is going to be dictated by its abilities and what it can do. Fun is subjective. It is subjective, yeah. Yeah, you're right. Some players have fun with role play. Some players have fun with max power. Some players have fun sitting in town chatting and using this as a virtual chat room, you know, or like a graphical chat room. I mean, that's exactly, and you have to be willing to accept that. And if you're not willing to accept that, you're going to have a hard time in this game. You're going to have a hard time in life. In general. Very hard time in life. Like when you're driving down the road, you're driving down the interstate, and you're trying to get off at the next exit, and there's a line in the next exit, but you see all these cars driving past you in the lane, in the left lane, and then they get in, they cut in front of you, right? 20 cars down, they get over real fast. You okay with that? Which person are you? Are you the person that is like, yeah, it's called zipper merge? Or are you the person that's like, man, we're all standing in the same line, you get in the back of the line, let's all play nice. And everybody has to suffer through the line. You're going to have a hard time in life if you're either of those people. You just got to accept it sometimes. Some people are just going to do what they want to do. And you got to accept it. You're both. I kind of am too, Bash. I'm kind of both. I agree with the zipper merge. Like, you should definitely be using the zipper merge as much as you can. But at the same time, if you see it's backed up for a very long time, hey, we're all kind of, you know, we could all zipper merge, but it's not really merging. It's just, you know what I mean? All depends on the day. Well, yes, it depends on the day. It depends on, are you in a hurry? You know? I play a ranger too. You requested. I kind of tore it up. Ranger's good in this game. You're talking about in EverQuest 1, you played a ranger? I didn't dislike Rangers in EverQuest 1. I don't know why people have a lot of hate for Rangers. They were not bad classes. I'd prefer having a Ranger in my party than a wizard in my party in EverQuest 1. I did it all the time back then. Yeah, like EverQuest 1, I wanted to have a warrior as my tank. I played an enchanter. Excuse me. I wanted to have a warrior as my tank. And I wanted to have a cleric as my healer. And then I was an enchanter. If we had those three things, I could literally ask for anybody I wanted for DPS. And I would get it. Every single time. Being an enchanter in that game, I could just be like, hey, warrior, come join me. Hey, cleric, come join me. And they would. Almost every time. And then I would have my pick of DPS. I could have any DPS I wanted. What do you think I chose? Ranger was on the near the top of that list. I would want a monk, a rogue, a ranger. Probably in that order. I don't know. Oh, I don't know. I just saw a mob walking and tagged it. Okay. Yeah, I don't know where it came from. Okay, I won't pull anymore. I think it was as part of that train, probably. All right, I'll watch for it. I was enchanter. Wife was a cleric. It was a dream. I'm sure it was, yeah. It's different. Rangers are kind of meh right now. Their class... I mean, I can if I need to, yeah. I mean, I probably have a lot of threat right now on it. Yeah. Oh, I told Nick about it in his chat, and he literally wrote it down. Yeah, these mobs, by the way, what I'm doing here is we're trying to camp out for this mob. We don't want to kill it. Ah, dang it. I got to add. Jeez. I could just train it. Why don't you camp? I'll train it, and I'll come back. Okay, give me a second. I'll camp out down here, and I should be able to get back up to the rats. Oh, you couldn't camp? Yeah, I didn't even see that it was a blight caller. Oh no. 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh my gosh. I almost made it out. I didn't make it out. Yeah, I was like at 2 seconds and something came up and hit me. I'm gonna have to run all the way to zone. Yeah, those blight callers. Those blight callers are terrible. DPS focus. Well, have you been arguing about the DPS focus the whole time? Because that's not what we're arguing. Maybe that's where the confusion is. I'm not arguing for DPS classes. Like, that's not what I've been saying at all. So if your argument has been that everybody focuses on DPS, then you completely missed the point of what I was saying. It seems like whoever's doing the stable hands or something. Okay, it seems like that's what's going on again. Yeah. Yeah, that's dumb. Second train us? That wasn't me training. Well, that last time was me training, but yeah, that was a whole situation. I don't know where the other trains are coming from. If you're getting trained, Runku, I have no idea where those trains are coming from. But it seems like people are upset about some sort of trains happening. Group got wiped like 5-10 minutes ago by a zombie train. Yeah, what I'm hearing from GIF is that people are doing some sort of exploit to pull mobs, and it's causing some trains. While you're getting by, yeah, I apologize on that, guys. I mean, yeah, that train right there was definitely me because we got a blight caller. We shouldn't have had a blight caller. I honestly don't know where that thing came from and why we had it. Oh, yeah. I'll definitely call it. Like, that's why I saw you guys, and as soon as I saw you, I'm like, let me let these guys know there's a train coming. Yeah, I'll definitely let people know. Yeah, this is silly. Quackums, if you guys need reses, I can get you some reses. Just keep where your corpse is at. Try to get them down to the stable master, and I can get you 95% reses. Not necessarily right now, but I'll get them for you sometime today. Think it's all right? You had a cleric? All right. Well, if you want 95% reses, let me know. I can log him in myself and do it if I need to. I don't think he's on right now, though. All right, let's just hang out here for a minute. Well, I'll probably pull like this Myrmidon and just be careful for a minute. Yeah, you do what you need to do. Let's wait a minute, though, see what this train's going to do. If they want to play for the sake of playing, why do they care about balance? I think that's the thing, is he doesn't care about balance, Speaker. Like, I don't think that he really cares that the game is balanced. I think he cares that other people care if the game is balanced. I believe, at least that's my understanding of the discussion and where we're at with it. Like, I want the game to be balanced for a variety of reasons. So, yeah. Balance how, though? Like, everyone does the same damage, everyone heals the same amount. Balance makes games boring. Yeah, that's what I think. Like, balance to me isn't everybody doing the same damage. It's about, like... Okay. To me, it's about... You have 4 different roles in this game. You have tank, healer, damage, and utility, right? Let's say you have 100% to spread between those. So your class is, it can be 100% DPS and 0 of the others. Or it could be 50% DPS, 50% tanking. Or it could be 25% in all 4, right? That's the balance that I think the game should have. Is out of that 100%... what does your class do? If you have more of one thing, you have to have less of another thing. So if you want everybody, if you want like 2 classes could be equal DPS wise, but then they also have the same amount of other things. Like you could have a class that is 80% DPS, 10% utility, 10% healing, right? And then you could have another class that's 80% DPS, 20% tanking. So they're equal on DPS, but one has more utility and heals, and the other one has the ability to tank. That's where I think the balance needs to be. That's what I mean when I say balance. Not, oh, you're a DPS class, all DPS classes should be equal in DPS. That's not what I mean. Like, you could be a DPS class that has 90% DPS, 10% utility. And then you can have another class that has 70% DPS, 10% utility, 10% healing, 10% tanking. You know, just as an example. So, like, that's what I mean. Each class does something special, unique. Yeah. I mean, I agree with that too. I think that's a separate thing, though. I think that every class in this game should have something special that it brings to the table that other classes don't do. But that could be that this class DPS is it's 100% a DPS class. It doesn't do anything else, and it is the best DPS in the game. That could be how it's special. You could also make like a fighter, for example, I think should be special in that it's the best physical damage mitigation tank. That makes it special. You know, a paladin having its lay on hands and its ancient guardian makes it special because it has a really quick way of healing up anybody, like basically instantly. You know, that's very special. A wizard being able to nuke a mob down very quickly is special. Like, those are the special things that they should be able to do. And I think that's a whole other topic, right? Balance, as in, out of those four things, you get 100% total, and it could be any percentage of any of those four things. But then their special thing is just special to them. Wife and I likely duo when it comes out and have limited playtime. Tank healer is a good duo. I would say tank hero is a very good duo. Yeah, something like Enchanter, the way you go. I wouldn't do Enchanter. I wouldn't rely on Charm right now when the game comes out in early access. If you're playing right now in the beta, absolutely Charm is fine. It's really, really strong, and you could rely on it all you want. But the idea by the time the beta actually or the early access actually releases, chances are that Charm is not going to be the same. So I wouldn't rely on it. They want to play, yeah. Whose idea? Mine? No, the developers. Well, idea of which one? Of when early access comes out? Like when early access comes out, yeah. The Charm changing? I think it's going to change. I'm pretty sure it's going to change. Like that is just a guess on my part. But they are aware that Charm is too strong. They are absolutely aware. If you think otherwise, then good luck when they make changes to Charm again. Because they are absolutely aware that Charm is too strong. And changes need to happen to it. Like, anybody saying otherwise is very misinformed. Very, very misinformed. Now, how Charm is going to change, we have no idea. But right now, it is currently kind of breaking the meta of the game and ruining the group experience. It's very well known. I don't think the last change was pretty big. The last change was a decent change, sure, but it didn't do what they want it to do. They didn't increase the risk. They didn't make the risk worth the reward. They didn't do any of that. They just made it required that you needed charisma. That's literally all they did, which didn't change anything. Other than requiring gear, which... Yeah, but, I mean, so do other classes. Everybody requires gear to do their job. So, how did that really change it? It didn't. Charm is still, by far, the most powerful single ability in the game. They could go the other direction and lean into Charm, and this can be known as a Charm game. Yeah, that'd be EverQuest 1. They could do that, sure. It's possible. But I think if they do that, it's going to push away a lot of players. People will think it's fun for a while, but everybody's going to end up being a Charm class. If they leave Charm the way it is, I can assure you that majority of players will choose a Charm class over any other class. Seems strong, sure, but it's high risk, high reward, right? No, it is. That's what I'm saying. It's way off. It's low risk, high reward currently, and it always has been. It didn't change that. They added a little tedium to it. Now it's low risk, high reward, ultra tedious. But is tedious fun? No, it's not. So, like, ultimately the game should be fun, right? Not tedious. Beast Warden was breaking the meta on their Drulin test. Oh, yeah? Beastmaster in this game, it breaks some of the meta as well. What was the Beast Warden doing on the Drulin? Was it just too strong? And then everybody probably rolled one, right? You got like half the player base playing Beast Warden or whatever. Is Charm viable for raid level content? Yeah, you could use Charm in raids. Absolutely. There's certain raids actually that we use Charm on the alpha. One in particular that every single raid we would have somebody charm a mob that was right there next to the raid boss and use it because it was more damage. Strong Charm reminds me of Diablo 2. Roll Source. Enchanter Druid, fresh start. Yeah, kind of. Hybrid classes should be meant for more mechanically inclined players, where pure classes should be more straightforward. I mean, maybe. Why are you trying to dictate that people have to be more mechanically inclined to play that class? I want to be able to role play a paladin. I shouldn't have to. You see what I'm saying? Like, I'm just trying to be kind of a jerk in that statement because you were trying to contradict me in every single thing that I was saying with the role play. Why should I have to be able to play the class better? Because I want to play a paladin and I want to role play it. Right? Like, that's literally the argument from before. So, I don't disagree with you on your current statement, but it completely contradicts your previous statements. Charm is definitely high risk. I don't think it's high risk at all. I've been in some pretty sketchy situations with Charm and not hard to get under control. But I mean, maybe I just play with high-skilled players. I don't know. This is the most honest way possible. I want to see you play an enchanter and see your opinion after 30s charming. I do feel it's quite high risk. Okay. We had this conversation the other day. Name. Everybody wants me to play every single character at level 50 plus because they don't believe what I'm saying. If you don't believe what I'm saying, go to the forums, argue it there. I'm not here to argue with anybody. I'm here to give you my opinion on how things are and what's going on with it. Charm is too strong in its current state, and if they don't do something about it, you're going to have a lot of players playing Enchanter. It's already happening on this beta. It's not going to change. Like, I don't know why people are just like oblivious to what's literally happening right in front of their faces. Just because you can't play it well doesn't mean that it's not an overpowered class or an overpowered ability. Like, I don't understand why people they want me to like prove it to them. I can't do that with every class. I say every class, there's something wrong with every single class. I'd have to level them all up to 50. But that said, I have played an Enchanter at level 60. I have used Charm. I know how it plays. I have not played an Enchanter at level 60 with the current changes to the charisma where you need gear. However, I have talked to high-level enchanters who have told me nothing's changed as long as you have high charisma. Literally everything else is the exact same. So, I don't know what to tell you. Outside of tweaking a character, charm isn't tweaking a character isn't charm pretty mediocre right now without the gear. You can tweak a character. Maybe. Here's the thing. Everybody that wants me to play a charm character up to level 30, how about you play a character up to level 50 plus? Actually, no. You play a character, not a charm class, up to level 60. Instead of me playing every single class to prove it to you, you could prove it to yourself by playing the classes yourself. Why should charm be as strong as it is, knowing that the other classes are not nearly close to that power level? So why should charm stay the way that it is? Like, that's, if you expect me to do it, why don't you do it? You have? Okay. What class did you get up to level 60? How many classes? Seriously, like what classes have you gotten to level 60? Not 60, but Elementalist 50. Okay, Elementalist has charm. It also is one of the easiest solo classes in the game. Like, literally, my points are still being made here. You haven't hit 60, and you haven't played one of the other classes that doesn't have charm, and you're playing a class that can solo really well. Like, you're... Go play a rogue. Go play a rogue. Get it to 60. Actually, get a rogue to 30, 40, 20. And tell me how much fun you're having. I'm not saying they should solo. I'm not saying that at all. I don't think that rogues or fighters should solo. What I'm saying is this is a group-focused game, and if you're playing a solo class right now in this game, you have it easy mode. You always have had it easy mode. And you're trying to dictate that other people should also have easy mode, but those classes shouldn't be group. You're trying to say, I want to be able to solo. I want to have super strong charm. I want all these things to be in place for my solo, my personal way that I want to play the game. But I'm not willing to try out to look at the game from a group player perspective. I'm not willing to try out a rogue or a fighter or a spellblade and trying to look at something that can't solo very well. That's the whole problem with literally everyone's argument against nerfing charm. Is you haven't played those classes that require a group to see how much struggle it is currently to get in a group and play. It's very difficult to do. What I'm advocating for is making the game more group friendly for everyone to help out everyone. The enchanter that can solo charm has it easy. They don't have to worry about getting a group. But if they do get a group, cool. They can also get XP in a group. You have it easy mode. And you just don't realize it because you're not willing to try anything else. Classes have strengths, charm is a strength. No, charm is a crutch. Classes have strengths, charm is a crutch. Why does Enchanter need charm? It doesn't. It will still get in a group just fine without it. Everyone will still want an Enchanter. Like, you have a terrible argument. If an Enchanter is bad enough of a player to where they're getting nearly 2 or 3 shot when a charm breaks, they're not playing properly. They're not doing a good job. An enchanter has stuns. They can stun, they can remez. Don't stand next to the charmed mob. I mean, come on, man. Play better. Don't suck. I hate to say it, but don't be a terrible player. If you're having that much trouble with charm, you're a bad player. You need to watch somebody that knows what they're doing and play, I don't know, learn how to play the class better. If you're using charm, it's a 100%, you know, it's a crutch. It really is. No, the enchanter outside, or the shaman out of my party power leveling me is power leveling me. I don't agree with that either. So that's a whole other conversation. Would you like to have that conversation? Because I don't agree with it. I think it's dumb that this is the best way to XP. I think that they should change it. Well, I don't know. At level 59 to 60, somebody power leveling you from 59 to 60, sure, why not? You can't really fix that. I think that power leveling in general, though, is a problem. So, sure, we can have that conversation. Charm is still also a problem. Power leveling is also a problem. They can both be problems. I'm doing this because I don't have charm. Right? I can't solo. How am I supposed to XP if I can't find a group as a fighter? Well, I'm kind of screwed, right? And enchanters don't want to group because they XP faster because of charm. Druids XP faster because of charm. There's a lot of solo classes in the game that just XP faster. Why would they put them? Why would you group with them? Why would they join a group? So it makes it group players more difficult to level up. It's ruining the game the way that it's meant to be, which is a group-focused game. You go fight greens and light blues? Okay, so I'm allowed to fight greens and light blues while an enchanter is killing red con mobs. Like, it's a whole thing. That was my exact thing as a necro. Why group when I can get more XP solo? That shouldn't be the case. Heavy in MMORPG. Exactly, King. Exactly. I agree with you 100%. Why would you join a group if you can get more XP solo? And every single charm class in this game can get more XP solo. So why would they ever group? But then you have people that are doing that are saying, well, your class shouldn't be able to do it because your class is a group-focused class and you should have to get a group. Sure. It's just, it's a bad argument. You're grouping because it's fun. That's another thing, 6. I mean, grouping is fun. I agree. And I do group. I actually group a lot. But I'm trying to power level to 60 right now, so I'm not grouping currently. It's very, yeah, exactly, Fantasy Freak. It's very demoralizing when you're a full DPS class and a charm pet with no gear runs in and doubles your damage. Yes. Absolutely. No, that's not what I said, Name. I said I want the game to be a group-focused game, and charm is allowing too many classes to solo. Right? I'm not saying to nerf the solo class. I'm saying charm is allowing them, it is basically taking out players from the group. It's basically saying, no, I don't need a group because I have a group in the charmed pet. You're also charming a pet, which negates the need for DPS in your party. Removing rogues are not needed in a group. I would much rather put a charm class in my group than a rogue. Why? Because charm is way too strong. Like, if you don't believe me, then go argue it on Discord. Go argue it on Reddit. I don't care. Go talk to somebody else who actually believes you. And, like, you're incorrect. You're absolutely incorrect in what you're saying. So solo always wins versus group? Not always. No. Solo classes. Any class that can solo well. So any of your charm classes, your wizard, your archer, your ranger, anything that can solo well is going to be better XP solo than in a group. Anybody that can't solo well, so like your fighter, your rogue, your spellblade, they're better off in a duo. Just straight up in a duo. So you take like a healer with a fighter, boom, you have a good duo, and now you're better off. Anything after that is not worth having. You're actually going to be losing XP every time you add a new player after that, because you're not going to be able to keep up kill wise. It's just you're not going to be able to keep up the XP per hour. It's not going to happen. I don't care how efficient your group is, or how efficient you think your group is. Even having like maybe having 5 charm classes in your group, like 5 enchanters and a druid, would definitely be better, right? But like a normal group of a tank, a healer, 3 DPS, and a CC, nobody charming, it's going to be way less XP than a duo or solo that can XP well, or a solo that can solo. Have you seen 50 plus rogue DPS? Yeah, I have. I've grouped with 50 plus rogues many times. They are 2 times backstab for over 400 to 500 damage. Wow. Wow, that's a lot of damage. What about a elementalist where their pet is doing the same damage as the rogue, and they can nuke for 1400 damage? Now we see where the problem is. What about a charmed pet that is quad attacking for 150 damage a round? Quad. That's up to 600 damage every 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Do we see where the problem is yet? Like, I mean, I know what rogues are doing, and they're not doing enough. Like, you can charm this mob right here, and it does well. I mean, he's probably nerfed, or he's debuffed it at this point. But yeah, like charmed mobs, I've had charmed mobs in my party that are doing 150 damage per hit, up to 4 hits in a round. They're doing 600 damage a round. No rogue is doing that much damage. Period. Or they're not. They're just not doing that. No, I don't think that's true, Bewilder. Like right now, if you nerf charm and get rid of the charm solo meta, you're not going to have everybody playing a necromancer. Sure, people that want to solo will still play a necromancer, but I also think that like Beastmaster would be probably the next best class, right? Can mobs level 52 quad? Yes. Mobs level like 40 can quad. 30 can quad. They have double attack and dual wield. Anyway. World of Charmcraft? Yeah. Are any other races coming out in EA? Yeah, there will be deep races. Well, not for EA. They won't be coming out until after. So Module 1 is going to be adding in the deep zones, which is going to have deep elves and deep gnomes, I believe. And then module 2-ish, maybe, will have trolls. And then sometime later on are going to have high elves and deep dwarves. And I think those are the only ones that we know of for sure. And then sometime way later on, like a lizard race has kind of been hinted at that we're probably going to get, but we don't know when. So, yeah, there will be more. Like quad hit skill? I meant quad hit skill. What do you mean quad hit skill? Like hit 4 enemies at once? Yeah, quad hitting. Yeah. Sorry. Quad is like not quad kiting. Like a wizard casting a spell that hits 4 enemies, not that. Quadding as in 2 attacks main hand, 2 attacks offhand. Yeah. Yeah. That's what they're doing. So they're hitting 4 times, up to 4 times in one round, which is doing 150 damage per hit. So 4 hits, 150 damage, 600 damage in a round is what these charmed enemies can do. You want to see somebody charming right now? You could probably go to Sungreet Strands and go to way in the back near whatchamacallit. So go to Sungreet Strands, go all the way on the other end where Glass Flats is, and there's a valley that's down there. It's got level 50 mobs in it. They're slime-covered mobs. I can almost guarantee you somebody's over there right now charm killing at 50 plus. Almost guarantee it. You're literally talking about the game in beta where the average player is 15. This will not be the same on launch. That's where you are mistaken. That's where you're mistaken. Like, people keep saying that. Why do we think that all of a sudden, when the game goes into early access, all of these things will be changed? And all of these, like, we're just going to have a slew of players all the time, constantly online. This server had, or has, like 3,000 players on it. 3,000 unique accounts on this server. They're only expecting to have like 5,000 unique accounts on early access. But when this server first launched, we saw exactly what was going to happen. People can play it right now. There's 3,000 people or more that can currently log in and play this server. Why do we think it's going to be different? It's not going to be different. For the first week or two, maybe, yeah. But as players start to spread out, as people start to, go to their jobs, this server has like 700 players on it in the evenings. It's got 440 right now on a Monday afternoon, U.S. time. By this evening, it'll probably have 700 people on it, which will probably be normal for a launch server. So why do we think it's just going to somehow miraculously be different? It's not. It's not. They're going to have a lot more than 5K. No, 5. Oh my gosh, guys. Am I not speaking English? I feel like taking crazy pills here. 5,000 unique accounts on a server is what they're looking at doing. That doesn't mean 5,000 total players throughout the game. 5,000 unique accounts per server. 1,000 concurrent players per server is what they're looking at doing at the start of early access. We are currently getting, in the evening during peak times, about 700 players on this server with 3,000 accounts on this server. So it's very close to where it's going to be on an early access server. It's not like these numbers aren't going to be like drastically different. I don't know why you think it is. Exactly. They could have 100,000 people playing the game, and if they do, then we'll have, 20 servers or whatever, like. But they won't have level 60 charisma gear either, and with charisma change, that will matter. They will within a month. This server's only been live for 6 weeks, guys. Why do you think this is all going to miraculously just make this huge difference? People were making platinum jewelry like the second or third week of beta. I don't understand where the argument is. Majority of your charisma gear is coming from, like, charm wasn't a problem day one of the beta. It wasn't a problem for the first few days, even first week. It became a problem when people started to level up and realized that charm was really, really, really strong. Then they started going after the items. Like, I don't know, man. They need to improve the lag in Night Harbor. I agree with that. Yeah, lag in Night Harbor it's been kind of rough. What do you think is changed before EA? I don't think anything. Not a lot's going to change before EA. I hope the only hopes that I have before EA are the classes are a little bit more fleshed out and a little bit more balanced. That's my biggest hope right now for early access. Do we care if people are solo level charming after 3 weeks? Yes. Absolutely. I care if people are soloing period after a year. That's something that I'm trying to prevent. Like, I know people may disagree with me, but I think that grouping should be the best way to play this game. And that is what the devs have said they wanted out of this game. So I don't know. Like, I don't know why so many people are advocating for being able to solo. That's not what this game is about. Go play EQ Legends. Seriously, like, you want to be able to solo. You want easy mode soloing. EQ Legends is coming out pretty soon. Seems like the perfect game for you. Maybe Spellblade gets a little love. I think, yeah, I hope that Spellblade gets some love. Monk gets some love. Rogue gets some love. Elementalist. I hope a lot of classes get some love for sure. You don't think they're going to make the June EA deadline? I think they will make it, but will they be ready for it is the issue. I think honestly, I think the community is going to ruin that for them. Like, we are the problem. I would include myself in that we. We are making it so difficult for the devs. Because instead of listening to what they are saying, we're trying to dictate what we want. Right? We're trying to say, oh, who cares what the devs are actually trying to build? This is the game that I want them to make. And that's a problem. It's a real big problem. Yeah, I agree with you, King. The point is, how do we incentivize grouping so that people socialize in a social MMORPG and not just play a single-player RPG? 100%. It's all I'm trying to do. That's it. And if they want Charm to be part of that, then sure, make Charm part of that. But if they leave Charm the way that it currently is, it will mean less socializing in a social, group-focused MMORPG. It will not create literally what they said they want to create. If you want group play to be the best, you probably need to remove every form of CC. Player, movement speed. Why? CC is needed for groups. Like, that's a very short-sighted thing to say. Oh, shoot. I got to. I think this... Yeah. Like, I want my enchanter... I want an enchanter in my party already without charm. I would love to have an enchanter with CC in my party. For their buffs, for like their haste, for their debuffs, for the CC. They don't need to do damage. They don't need to have charm. I would still want them in my party. I don't see why removing CC has anything to do with that. He's not saying to completely remove the ability to solo at all. Yeah, and I never said that. I don't know why people... Guys, I've said this so many times. I don't hate waffles, right? I like pancakes. I also like waffles. Okay? I like charm. I think it's a cool ability. I like being able to solo. I think it's neat. It doesn't need to overshadow the rest of the game. But it currently does. Like, this is not... Curdle hates waffles. Yes, Curdle hates waffles. Like, this isn't hard. I'm not saying completely remove the ability to solo. No. Sure, if you want to play a solo class, play a solo class. Be able to level up. Cool. Great. More power to you. But it should not be so that the game is made and it pushes people to solo. It should always push people to groups as much as possible. In every single way, you should be like, hey, I really want to group today. I don't have time, so I'm going to solo. But if I could, I would absolutely join a group. That's what I want it to be. That's what I think a majority of players want it to be. I even think that the people that are wanting to solo want it to be that way. People that are advocating for being able to solo would also like the group option to be the best way to play the game. They just also want to be able to solo. And I agree with you. Yeah, you're not going to stop people from soloing. I don't want to stop people from soloing. I think that soloing in this kind of game is great. Like, you have people that want to push the limits of their skill and their class, and that's fine. Like, you know, try to go solo the hardest thing in the game. More power to you. I encourage that all day long. But I don't think that what they currently have is promoting group play at all. It's not promoting group play. I don't want the option to solo if I need to for a reason or another, but I want grouping to be much faster. Yeah, I agree. 100%. And then I don't even want every class to be able to solo. I don't care. I don't care that I'm a fighter and I can't solo. Or I'm playing a rogue and I can't solo. Or I'm playing a cleric and they're bad at solo. I don't care. As long as grouping is the preferred way to play by most players, then it shouldn't be hard to find a group. Right now, it is hard to find a group because so many people are soloing. Solo like loose mobs running around, but not going into a dungeon or camp. Well, they can do it in a dungeon or camp as well. If you just want to go around and kill stuff, if you want to group up, it's okay. Yeah. XP gains are a lot. They are. The XP gain solo is insanely good. That's why I'm doing it. Grouping should be optimal way to play. Yes. Yeah, exactly. But if you don't have time, you can solo to at least get some progress. Yeah. I'm okay with, I'm 100% okay with that. But grouping should be the optimal way to play. Should be. Is not currently. Should be. I have not found it difficult to find groups when I want them at all. Yeah? What class are you playing? Out of curiosity. So you're saying that it's not difficult to find a group. I see all these people right here looking for group. Hey, there's a level 48 rogue looking for group. You think he's going to get in one? And then if we look at the group list, whoops, looking for more. Right now, apparently nobody's looking for more people for their group. But there's a lot of people looking for a group. So I don't know. Beta experience doesn't equal. We already went over that. Don't panic. I literally just talked about that like less than 5 minutes ago. It's very indicative of the live experience. Extremely indicative of the live experience. I don't see how it's going to change drastically. Oh, early access is going to just miraculously make this better. I'm playing a druid at the moment, but I played others too. Okay, so you're playing a druid. Yeah, druids aren't going to have trouble. Druids can solo and don't have trouble finding a group. Okay. Play a rogue. The first thing most people ask is, what's the best solo duo classes? They do. They absolutely do, Pacer, yeah. We see it all the time. What's the best solo duo? I'm planning on playing a duo with my spouse, my friend, my whatever. What's the best? What's the best option? Literally where people go to. They gravitate towards it. Like, we don't need to make those classes better. People are already going to try to do it. As you guys have all mentioned, they're going to do it. Sorry, I'm agreeing with you. Just because people can find groups now in beta doesn't mean that 1 week into live, the min-maxing will take over. Yeah. Min-maxing will definitely... It'll probably be worse. All of the things that I'm saying will probably be worse in early access. Not better. Okay. It's funny when seeing someone with LFG tag and you ask them if they want to camp and just ignore you. Yeah, that would be funny. As always, putting waffles on sale, not pancakes, right? I don't think having a shaman healing you outside of group should be allowed. He should be stealing the XP. I wouldn't disagree with that. You're not going to hear me argue against it. I'd be okay with it. But currently, I can be power leveled, so why wouldn't I? Which is a way to do sidekick system or something similar? Would that be like a mentor system? Like where you level down to their level to group with them or something? Wife and I are doing a duo complementary classes, but we both want to group. We don't care if the XP is worse. Okay. What's the point of playing an MMO if we don't meet new friends? And that's great. I love it, Josh. Yeah. I love that you're going in and playing that way. That's absolutely fantastic. I hope the best for you when you try to do that. Like, I hope you're able to find a group, and I hope you meet like-minded people. Absolutely do. Yeah, I agree, Speaker. It's I have these arguments like every day. It's a daily issue in here where somebody comes in and is like, charm good. And I'm like, no, charm bad. And we just go on and on. And then eventually it gets to the point where, I have yet to meet somebody, they either just leave because they disagree, or they end up understanding what I'm saying. And they're like, okay, that makes sense. Or they play the game and they understand it. So, yeah. In general, this is going to be aimed at 40-plus-year-olds. Again, what? This is also aimed at grouping. So, I think people ask for solo duo because they expect that good portion of their time they may need to solo. Yeah, I totally understand that. I agree. Nerfing charm is fine if it still allows those classes to be more solo-oriented. Why? Even if the overall game is aimed for group play, there still needs to be the ability to log in and kill green or blue mobs. Okay, so are you saying that every class should be able to solo? Would you agree with that? Which means that fighters, rogues, they also need to be able to solo. Spellblade, every single class should be able to solo equally well because, hey, you might need that. I'm a masochist. I will log in and kill green mobs on a fighter. Okay. You will. Do you think the game will survive? Do you think the game will be... Well, I don't want to say survive, because this game's going to survive on, like, very minimal subs. Do you think the game will be a lively, fun experience if everyone was just running around on their fighters killing green mobs for XP? I think every class should solo, but that doesn't mean they are fast or better than being in a group. Well, that's the problem, right? If we allow classes... if we have classes that can solo extremely well that are better than a group, and then you have other classes that can't solo very well and are only good in a group, the only way they're going to get even decent XP is in a group, but they can't find a group because there's so many solo classes, forcing these players to solo, where does that lie? How much faster or slower should they be before there's a problem? Let's say I'm gaining 100 XP per hour on the best solo class in the game. How much XP per hour should the worst solo class in the game get in a solo? Before you're like, okay, that's too bad. That's not enough. 1 XP per hour? 100, like 100 is the best. How many of you played Warcraft as your first MMO, right? My first MMO was Meridian 59. 80 people in chat offered $500 for a VOD of efficient red mob solo charming 30 plus, and no one takes the bet. Yet somehow charm is broken and I'm just gaslighting people. Wait, what? 80 people in chat offered $500 for a VOD of efficient red mob solo charming level 30 plus. Huh? People didn't take the bet because you're on the internet. They don't believe you. Put up or shut up on the money, right? Money in hand. Where's the guarantee that I would get that money if I could do that? They don't have to believe you. They don't believe you. That's why they didn't take the bet. Put it in an escrow, find a reputable person. Okay. Why don't you do that? Why don't you find the reputable person, put your $500 in there, create the bet legally, by the way. There's too many problems with that. You're on the internet, dude. It's the same thing when people used to go into like Sean's stream or Nick's stream and they're like, I'll give you $1,000 right now if you give me beta access. Come on. All he had to do was be like, okay, here's beta access. And they get $1,000. Why? Because they're not going to get the $1,000. Jesus. You think people are that stupid? What happens 10 months after launch and a lot of people are already leveled? Yeah, that's another issue. You don't think every class should be BIS solo? No. Okay. But I do believe some classes should have a slightly better ability to solo. I do too. Why specifically charm then? To your question. Certain classes, even without charm, are still better at soloing than other classes. So your argument is already wrong. We could remove charm from the game and you still have several classes that can solo. So those players that want to be able to solo can still play those classes. Without charm. They don't need it. So your argument is that charm is needed so that people can solo. Flawed argument. You can implement one player 50%. Yeah, there's a lot of ways to fix it. I want to play with my wife on release. Do you recommend the game? We come from old school RuneScape. I absolutely recommend the game, yeah. If you want to play, yeah. If you like old school RuneScape, you like the old school, grindy games, I 100% recommend this game, Mig. Absolutely. Wait. Which would be exactly what happens, which means your argument of removing charm to promote group play accomplishes absolutely nothing. How does that accomplish nothing? It doesn't. So what I'm saying is I get what you're saying, but you're not understanding the argument. Right? If we remove charm, there are still classes that can solo well. Yes, that is a statement. I've also said solo XP is too good compared to group XP. Separate statement. So what we need to do is we need to encourage grouping. They're two completely different arguments, by the way. The charm argument Specifically, the one removing the charm is towards Voss, who was talking about he wants to have charm in the game so that those classes can solo. That's his argument. I'm saying that if you want to play a solo class, you can do that without charm. So that was that argument, right? They're separate. To encourage group play, it has nothing to do with charm. To encourage group play, you need to incentivize grouping. And right now, they are disincentivizing grouping because the XP rate of solo and duo is far better than grouping. Different argument. But combining those two arguments together, solo charming is so good, and solo XP is so good that combining those two together is so gooder. Right? It's just twice as good. So you have now more classes that can solo, and solo is the better way to do it because of charm. So you can't, you're trying to like mix and match different arguments and put them into things and make them it doesn't work that way. They're different arguments. I would never play a charm class. I was talking solo class in general. And I agree with you, Voss, but your argument previously was about charm. Right? You previously were saying about charm. So I agree that solo classes should be able to solo, and there should be classes in the game that can solo. Absolutely. No one is disputing, well, I'm not disputing that. But group XP and grouping period should be better. Do you have an argument against that? Does anybody have an argument against that? Do you think that soloing should be the best way to play this game? Anybody in chat? 'Cause I don't think you do. I don't think anybody does. But that's what some of you sound like when you say what you say. Is charm not high risk, high reward? No, it is not. Charm is low risk, high reward. There is a risk, but it's very easily, exactly what King is saying. There's many ways to mitigate the risk. So not really very, very high risk reward. My argument is grouping being good means leveling time will be trivialized. Not why? Why? They could still make leveling slow, but grouping good. That's not a like those two. They're not mutually exclusive statements. Like they could slow down the XP 50% if they want to, and then increase the XP by 20% in a full group. That still makes XP slower. So it's not trivialized. It makes it actually harder to level up. But still grouping is now better. Why do you think that if we just make grouping better, it just trivializes the game? No, like you can adjust other numbers. This is not a true statement. Like in AOA, you got group bonus XP. That was good. You get group bonus XP in this game. It's just not enough. It's not enough. Let the people who want to do some masochist solo XPing do their thing. And yeah, some classes will be better at name farming, etc. That's just the game. Yeah, I agree with that. If people want to log in on a fighter and kill greens all day and solo level, absolutely. Nobody's stopping you. That's you. Go do it. I don't care. Have fun. I hope you enjoy it. I don't know where the problem is. But you know what is stopping people right now from having fun in the game? Is the difficulty of finding a group. Because so many classes can solo so well. Was it slower if you're an enchanter? I was an enchanter in EverQuest 1, day 1 of in 1999, and I basically exclusively grouped for XP. I didn't do any type of charming in that game. Most people didn't charm in EverQuest in the beginning. They didn't do it for a long time. You had to re-roll your shaman because you couldn't find a group at level 6? Yeah. I think the UI for group finding is more of a hindrance than charm soul. What? How so? I can just type in who all LFG. How is it a hindrance? They don't need it. It's right there. Who all LFG? There's a whole list of people you can group with. What's the problem? I don't think there needs to be a looking for more. I can do who all LFG and go right down the list. I'm looking for more people. Let's see. What's my level? What level range am I looking for? I can just grab somebody. There doesn't need to be a looking for more. Like, just grab people. There's plenty of people LFG right now. Ton of them. Doesn't need to, that's what I just said. Doesn't need the looking for more. I don't need that. If I am a group looking for more, I look at the LFG list and I grab them and I send them a message. Hey, we are a group of level 30s in Telekir doing this camp. Do you want to join us? Social. It's a social MMO, guys. Like, talk to people. But they're not encouraging the talking to people. It's too much solo. I haven't done 1 to 50 untwinked fully grouped in like forever. Oh yeah? You actually you just like to solo all the way up on every class you play? Good luck. Can you solo and level up as a solo? You can solo and level up as a solo. I would just make sure you pick the right class. Not every class is going to be good at solo, but there's a lot of them that are. Any charm class, but outside of that, your necromancer or any pet class is good at it. So your necromancer, beastmaster, elementalist, those are all good at solo. The druid, the wizard, the ranger, archer, pretty good solo. Yeah, there's a lot of them that are good solo. When I was making groups, I didn't even use LFG. I just did /who all for level 1 to 5 or 5 level range of my level. Yeah, cold call people. Yeah. Yeah, you can do that too. But if I'm looking for a group and can't see looking for more groups, I can't reach out to them and try to join. No, but you could form your own group from this list of people looking for group. Right? Go down the list. I'm playing, let's say I'm playing a level, and I'm not even going to look at the list. I'm playing a level 20 fighter. I need a healer. So I'd go down the list. There's a 33 cleric. That's probably 12 shaman, yeah, maybe. 29 druid. So, I would just go down the list and see if I can find anybody. Start trying to form a group. Why not? Oh, I agree, Fantasy. I think that it should have a top-notch looking for group tool. Like, I'm not trying to say that they shouldn't do that. They should absolutely make sure that the LFG and looking for more tools are in place, but they currently have ways that you can do it outside of those tools. People are just too much more antisocial nowadays. No one wants to form a group and talk to strangers. It's really sad to see. It is sad to see. It's very sad to see. So then they advocate for more solo play or solo playability in a group-focused game, and it's frustrating. Super frustrating. Like, why? Like, there's other games out there. There's so many solo player games out there. There's so many MMOs that you can play by yourself. Why are we still trying to, like, make every single MMO a solo experience? I don't get it. I don't know. I just don't get it, man. I don't get it. The thing is, and people are you're gonna have a hard time hearing this. If we continue to advocate for more solo ability in the game, you're just gonna end up getting World of Warcraft. And then this game is gonna end up failing, because why play this game when you have World of Warcraft? I mean, I can tell you why I would play it outside of World of Warcraft, even if it was a solo game. But the thing is, not many people will do that. God dang it. Ugh. Go play Crimson Desert if you want solo. Right? I don't know. I agree with that. And there's so many solo games out there, man. So many solo games. Like, no, I agree. Yeah, Ricks. Like, I think that solo ability should be a thing, but that's the argument of the whole "so you don't like waffles" thing that I've said many times today. Nobody's advocating for not being like completely removing any solo ability. I've never said that. I think you should be able to. But anyway, the arguments they go round in circles. MMO PvP is just a stupid gear check. I mean, I don't like PvP in this game either. But, you know, there's going to be people that like it. But I'm also not telling those people that they shouldn't play this game. There's just going to be a PvP server that's made for you. Go play it on that. John, what? Did you hear me say remove the option to solo? Or are you referring to somebody else? Have I said at all today that you should not be, like, people should not be able to solo? Have I said that once today? Like, honestly, like, I don't think I've said that. If I have, then I misspoke, and I apologize. But I don't know why people hear I want grouping to be best, and they hear I want to remove solo. I just don't get it. Like, where crazy. Solo should be what you do when you can't find a group. Yeah, I mean, I agree. But even then, on a fighter, I can't find a group. I can't solo. I mean, I can, but it's really bad. It's not worth it. So I just sit in town LFG. A lower value Sal pot for alchemy, like they reference. I mean, I'm okay with putting in, like, Sal. I think that they should probably nerf Sal a little bit. Like, maybe it shouldn't get up to 60%. But I don't know. I'm okay with Sal being the way that it is. Because even with Sal in the game, like, people are like, oh, you're going to find ways to solo. Sure. And you can solo, and you should be able to find ways to solo, and I encourage that. But even with Sal the way that it is, if they were to lower the amount of solo XP, then that would just encourage grouping. And I'm fine if people want to still solo. Like, go solo to your heart's content with Sal. Like, I don't care. That doesn't affect anything. Go solo all day. I really don't care. Like, the ability to solo is just whatever. The way I see it, making the changes you're advocating for does one of two things. Okay? Not enough, and everyone who is solo charming now just solos on another class, or 2, solo is bad, that it effectively removes it from the game. What changes are you referring to? Because I've got a lot of changes in my head that I've been saying. You're just talking about charm still. But I've already established that the charm issue is the charm issue. The solo issue versus grouping is a solo versus grouping issue. They're separate issues. They're not the same issue. They just can be tied together because the charm allows more classes to solo. So it just allows it to happen more. But they're different issues. So the way that you see it is not the way that I'm presenting it, at least I don't think. And you're not seeing what I'm saying. Charm is broken, including in groups. It is, yeah. Charm is broken, in group, out of group, doesn't matter. Charm is just too strong, as is. Like, has nothing to do with group, has nothing to do with XP, it has nothing to do with anything. Charm is too strong in its current state to where it's overshadowing a lot of classes and making them pointless classes. And then the XP issue is a separate thing where solo XP is better than group XP on solo classes. So they need to up the group XP or lower the solo XP. I mean, there's multiple ways that they can do it. But it doesn't push people to the, like... If people are solo charming now... So that would be two things, right? I say that people are currently using charm to solo at some rate. If they remove the ability to charm, yes, those players would still go to a solo class and they would XP on a solo class at a slightly reduced rate than charming. But they're still gaining more XP solo. So yes, you are correct that that would happen. But I'm saying in addition to adjusting charm, also they need to adjust the group and or solo XP rates. So, you know, there's multiple things happening there. Lower overall XP gain in the game, then bump group XP above solo XP in a proportional rate. I think they should do that. Yeah, that's what I would say, Nidiak. Like, they could lower the amount of XP you get per kill, or increase the amount of XP it is for every level by, let's say, 30%. Ah, dang it. House Warden spawned here. So let's say they do it by 30%, right? Then increase group XP. Don't touch solo XP at all. Just leave it where it's at. Like how much XP you get for solo. Then increase group XP by, let's say, 20%. Like six player group XP by 20%. Overall, that will reduce players that are solo XP gain by 30%, and XP in a party of 6 by only 10%. So overall, your group XP would then be 20% better than it currently is versus solo. Right? That would be one way to fix it. One of many ways that they could possibly fix it. Charm should be another CC tool. I agree. Charm is a CC tool. And that should be all it is. But yeah, I don't see how that's confusing, but maybe it is. I don't see it. Like you can't, you got to think of them separately though. You got to think of them separately. Hang on a second. Increase TTK. You could increase TTK, but that wouldn't necessarily solve the issue, Kel. Like, increasing TTK would prolong the leveling process without adjusting the difference between solo versus group XP. Like, it wouldn't really make it to where group XP is better than solo. It wouldn't do that. Especially when it comes to charming. But it would help, right? It could help, for sure. EQ absolutely had group bonuses, yeah. EverQuest had group bonuses. In fact, you with 6 players in EverQuest, like, let's say you kill a mob and it has, for math's sake, it gives you 30 experience when you kill it by yourself. When you kill a mob with 6 players, everybody in the party would get 10 experience. So it had a bonus there, because you would think it would be 5 experience, because 30 experience divided by 6 would be 5. But in fact, you actually got 10. So that was where their bonus experience was. It was like, I don't know if it was 100% bonus or what, but it was a substantial bonus for. Okay. I do not. Make TTK longer and increase XP. That way more classes are viable in groups and areas can hold more groups. Yeah, I think that increasing TTK is a good idea. I just don't think it's going to really resolve the XP issue, but it's a good idea. It won't resolve the solo and small groups versus larger group XP issue. It won't do that. But it will definitely resolve the issue of how quickly people level, for sure. Sometime around POK era, they started giving us hot zones. Yeah, that was when zone experience modifiers started coming into play, which is a different thing altogether. This game has zone experience modifiers as well. But not like that. Not the hot spots that you're talking about, J. Cole. But they do have zone experience modifiers, which encourages you to go to certain areas to XP, because you will get more XP in those places. I think there's more things that need to change as well, for sure. Yeah, there's a lot of things. Like, that's the thing is, a lot of people look at one or two issues, and then they're like, oh, this has to change, or this doesn't have to change, or this is, you know, whatever. But you have to look at it with the bigger picture. You know, you can't look at it in a vacuum. Charm in a vacuum is fine, right? But charm with the bigger picture is not fine. You know, solo XP in a vacuum is fine, but in a bigger picture, it's not fine. So you got to be able to open your eyes to more than just, you know, this narrow-minded view. Zone are good for a game like this. I agree. I think zone experience modifier is great for a game like this. I don't think they're doing rotating Zims though. Like I don't think they're doing that. Like you're not gonna have like, oh, this zone, at least to my knowledge, maybe they are and I don't know about it. But like this zone right now is higher experience than another zone today. And then, you know, tomorrow it's a different zone and it kind of rotates. But wouldn't that just push people into certain zones? Would you want that? Because what if they said, you know, oh, Fallen Pass is getting a zone experience modifier today? That just means it's just going to make Fallen Pass very congested for that day. I think. Would possibly need all the zones made to do that. Yeah. Seems too much like a daily. It kind of does, yeah. I don't like dailies. I hope they never do dailies in this game. Like, I played WoW a lot, but I hated doing dailies in WoW and in Final Fantasy 14. Man, I hated doing those dailies. It just felt like a chore every single day. Log in and do your dailies. Log in, do your dailies. Golly, man. It made the game feel like a job. I'd prefer more challenging group areas with increased XP for mobs than just giving a flat percentage increase to a group. I'd be okay with that too, if they can definitely make it to where those areas require a group, right? So like they would have to make it to where you cannot solo in those areas. Not make it to where it's just hard to do, make it impossible to do. Because if they make it as hard to do, then solo players are just going to go in there and figure out a way to solo it. And then they're just getting the bonus experience solo, and it doesn't fix anything. Literally fixes nothing. Yeah, I agree with that too, Addy. Yeah, it would make the places feel like, yeah, this isn't worth doing today because we're not getting our bonus there today. So we'll come back when we're getting the bonus kind of thing. Yeah, that also feels bad. Get 60 or die trying. It's today the day. I don't think I'm gonna get 60 today. We'll probably get it tomorrow, but we'll see. I doubt we're gonna get it today. It would be, but static Zims, I fear, turns into the Crush Bone, Mistmore, metal all over. Yeah. Zim could be used to balance where people are leveling. Zones that don't get as much traffic. Yeah, and they did that in EverQuest, I think, at one point, right? Where they, you know, a zone that didn't get a lot of people in it, and then they boosted that zone specifically. But is that not just like increasing the experience of the, in particular, those mobs? You know, people clearly aren't killing those mobs because they're too hard, so maybe we should just give those mobs more experience. So maybe, you know, maybe just make it to where certain difficulty of enemy should just get a boost in XP. It's going to be an ad, I think. Yep, there it is. Never play DQ, but in these kind of games, do you D-level from 62? You can, yeah. Once you hit level 60, though, you have an XP bar, and you can basically get 60... like, you can get 99.99999% of the XP into that level. So when you die and you lose experience at level 60, you won't D-level as long as you have a buffer, what they call a buffer. So just get some experience into the level and you'll be fine. And then you just get XP reses whenever you die. I think they've done that in this game, Rix. Outdoor zones have less experience than indoor zones. I'm pretty sure that Grimtide Sanctum has a zone experience modifier in it. And Grimtide Sanctum is a very hard zone to solo in. It would be an extremely difficult zone to solo in. You could do it, but it would be hard. So, like, they've done that, but I feel like that might be the only dungeon that feels that way. I mean, maybe Ancient Crypt and you know, some of the other dungeons may have an experience modifier, but you're low level, so it just doesn't feel like it's there, maybe? I don't know. Have you ever made a video about the state of XP group versus duo or trio? I'm curious how many people know about the situation. Maybe more eyes, voices. Well, I mean, the only people that need to know about it are the devs. And yes, they are aware. They're absolutely aware. We brought it up to Sean multiple times, and Sean has said we are keeping an eye on it. What I hear from that is we're probably not going to change it. I don't think they're going to change the XP rates. I really don't. I don't think that they're going to increase group XP, nor do I think they're going to decrease solo XP. But what I think they're going to do instead is make the game more difficult and make soloing so difficult that fewer people are going to be able to do it, and it's going to encourage people to be grouping. I believe that is the direction they're going to go with it, but we'll see. I really don't think that they're going to adjust the XP rates at all. Like I just don't see it happening. But like you guys were saying earlier, TTK, like I think they're going to adjust TTK. They're probably going to adjust the abilities of certain enemies. Like right now, the reason that soloing is relatively easy and safe is because most enemies in the game don't have any abilities. They just are auto attack, right? They just attack whatever they see. They just go run up to it and they attack it. But if they were to add more abilities to enemies, then making it less safe to solo, that would definitely push people into grouping. And then you don't really need to worry about soloing being better XP, because soloing would be very difficult, like extremely difficult. Like try to take anybody and go up against a spellcaster, like a wizard. Anybody that doesn't have an interrupt is not going to be killing a wizard. Period. You're not going to kill a wizard. Because they're going to basically one-shot you. I don't care like if you have charm pets. I don't care what you're using. You're not going to kill it. Well, Beastmaster might, because they have stupid amounts of health on their pets. But yeah, like a wizard nuke will literally one-shot most players at high level. Is that a new cape? No, but I think that they added some visuals to the cape. They made it dirty at the bottom, and the little ruffles. But no, I don't think it's new. I got new gloves. Same time, give players better tools for dealing with damage shields. Yeah, we need that too. Like, they could put more damage shields. That's going to be another thing that they do. Add more mobs with damage shields. And then add a few more classes that can remove damage shield. But give those damage shield, like, right now, Paladin can remove a damage shield, right? But Paladin is not a very good solo class. It's an okay solo class, but not really great. They would prefer to be in a group. So give classes that require groups the ability to remove the damage shield. And then players that don't have that, maybe like a Necromancer or something that is a really good solo class, can't remove the damage shield. But now every mob in the game has it. So they're like, well, I got a group with somebody that can remove this damage shield. That could be a way to fix it, right? That can solve the problem. Thoughts on adding abilities to higher level content, mobs similar to Summon EQ? I absolutely want to see more of that, yeah. Yeah, I want to see a lot more of that. They already have summon the summon abilities in this game. Only maybe 5 or 6 mobs do it, but they do have the summon ability. There's no group XP bonus. You find 4-man more efficient than 5 or 6. You have to have some group bonus. Well, there is a group bonus, guys. There is a group bonus. So don't think that the game doesn't have a group bonus. It definitely does have a group bonus. I promise you it does. I have tested that myself. I crunched the numbers on a minimum XP bonuses required to encourage grouping for harder mobs. 8% XP for every group member. 8% XP for every con above blue. That gives duo, trio, even yellows 40% more XP than soloing blues, and gives full groups doing reds 40% more XP than trio. Yeah, I mean, I will just assume those numbers are correct. But yeah, I think they need to do something like that. But there is a group bonus XP. I actually I didn't do the math necessarily, but I tested it personally, and you get from solo to duo, it's the same. There's no bonus that I could tell. If it is a bonus, it's very small. Going up to trio, there was a slight bonus. Going up to 4, there is a slightly bigger bonus than the trio bonus. Going up to 5 was almost a non-existent bonus, and then going up to 6 was another big bonus. Right now, if you kill one mob in the game solo, a group of 6 needs to kill approximately 4 mobs in the same amount of time. That's the current bonus. So whatever that math would end up being. What is that, like a 30... No. Yeah, like a 33% bonus or something? Something like that. Glorious Chaos and EQ going against enchanter mobs when the Mez or Charm group members... when you weren't prepared for it. Oh, yeah. Where did my haste belt drop? In Glass Flats. Glass Flats, undead area. How does basic XP group XP work? Usually XP per enemy divided per party member. Yeah, so right now how it functions is if you kill a mob solo, you get 100% of the XP. If you kill a mob duo, you get 50% of the XP. More than a duo, you get a bonus on top of that. But you still divide it. So it's like if you get 100, if the mob has 100 XP, and you have 6 people in the party, then it takes the XP, multiplies it out, like for the bonus, so you get like 33% more. So you get 133 XP, and then you divide that by 6 players in your party. Approximately. Like those aren't exact numbers, but that's basically how it works. What happened when you hit 60? I haven't hit 60 yet, but what will happen is I'll continue to play the game. Now, we're probably going to like start camping named mobs. I'll be playing in the mornings. I'll probably be playing my Beastmaster more. Unless Gith and I are camping something. And then in the evenings, I'll probably be doing more group content. In the evenings, like going and farming named and exploring the game and stuff like that. Yeah, no worries. I'm glad. I'm happy to answer the questions. I love answering the questions. Like I appreciate you all being here, so I have no issue answering questions. Don't feel you're going to spoil everything for early access. I already know everything about the game that there is to know, pretty much. I mean, all the new items that they added in last week, I don't know where all of those are. There's a lot of really good items they added in recently. But yeah, I already know pretty much everything there is to know about the game for the most part. But no, I'm not worried about spoiling anything for myself. There's still going to be new places to go, like Rothold and Fallen Watch are going to be new places to check out that I have not seen. I think there's going to be like 6 new zones for early access, the start of early access. I'm in beta 2, but it stopped at 20. Yeah, and I encourage that, actually. If I wasn't a streamer, content creator, I would absolutely not be playing this game as much as I am right now. I would just wait till early access. But because I make content, I want to share as much as I can with all of you. So that you all can have all the information that you want about the game. That's why I do it. I am sacrificing myself for you. To make XP bonus effective, an encouraging group for reds, you would have to either make soloing blues give small XP, which they're unwilling to do, or accept the group to kill reds too fast. But yeah, I could see that. Right now, I don't think that killing redcon mobs is what they want. It just is what is currently doable. And there is an XP bonus for killing yellow and reds. I tested that too. Well, I tested yellows. I don't know if there's a different bonus or anything for reds, but killing a mob higher level than you definitely gives you more XP. Is Viable Fighter full DPS? No. It is not a DPS class. At least not right now. That might change soon with the updates. Do you remember what camp you got the belt from? Group wants to get it for a rogue. Can rogues use it? I don't think they can. Oh, they can. Wow. I didn't know rogues could even use that. Monks can't use it. That's kind of poopy. Yeah, it's in the tower, in the undead tower. It's probably being camped, honestly. There's been a group over there camping it for like 2 weeks. From what I'm told. That place was camped quite hard over the weekend. Yeah, that's because that's where that belt drops. I mean, it's the best haste item. Well, it's the highest haste item that I know of in the game. I don't know of anything over 20% that I've seen so far. Doesn't mean it doesn't exist, but I haven't seen it. Yeah, F monks, right? The monks definitely need some love. They need some love. So I got a message from one of my kids' teachers. I thought, but now when I click on the thing, it says I have to log in. It's like, how does it know I have a message if I'm not logged in? Confused. If the bonus is not at least 40% XP per hour, people will just do safer content for a little less XP. Seen it many times. Well, I think you should. Like, I think that this game should be geared towards killing even con or blue mobs for the majority of the content, and then like the mob, the named mob in the area, the camp that you're at, if there is a named mob, should maybe be like a level or two higher. So maybe like a yellow mob, and it should be very difficult. So I think that yellow and con mobs, or yellow and red con mobs, should be very difficult. Red should be nearly impossible without a prepared party. Like, if it's red by 1 level, doable if you're prepared. 2 levels maybe, but if it's like more than 5 levels ahead of you, I think it should be nearly impossible to kill. But that's, you know, that's just me. He's in the principal's office? I hope not. I just saw it like it was a text message. I don't know what it was. You playing Eminem during class? Nah, he doesn't like this game. He needs to like this game. I wish my son would like it. Because then we could play it together. I would love to have a game like this that I could play with my kiddo. Although, you know, to be kind of honest, I don't know that I would want my son to get addicted to these games like I am. You know? I want a game more highly group focused than I'm going to get in 2030. I do too, yeah. I want this game to be very, very group focused. Like, I want everyone to want to group at all times. I mean, I would say that I don't want this game to be soloable at all. But I don't want to do that to the people that want to play the game solo, you know? Like, I think that you should be able to solo in it. And that's what's funny about it, like, some people feel like that I don't want that, and it's like, I mean, I don't. Like, I would prefer not to, but I wouldn't advocate for that. Like, I don't, yeah. I'm not gonna tell people, oh, this game should be 100% group and nothing else. Make it extremely hard. Make it Dark Souls, the MMO. Right? I would like that, but that wouldn't make a very good game. Yeah, I agree with that. Just let me play. Like, I think that the solo XP should be so slow that it's just not really worth doing. You know, you could do it if you wanted to, but I don't think it should be really worth your time. And then that would be like a challenge, right? The whole solo self-found thing would be a challenge for some players. And I think that would be fine. Kids aren't into MMOs, sadly. Wish my kid would play, but he's still into first-person shooters. My kid doesn't like first-person shooters. He likes building games. Any game you can build stuff. Well, not any game. Like, he doesn't like Fortnite, the Lego Fortnite. He won't even play that, and it's like all building. But he likes Animal Crossing. He likes Mario Maker. He likes all the Mario games. He enjoys those. I don't know. Everybody's different. I will encourage him to play whatever game he wants to play. I'm going to encourage my kid to do whatever it is that he wants to do. As long as it doesn't harm others, I will encourage it. I still have memories of my dad making my EQ character when I was like 8. That's awesome, yeah. My son probably has memories of me making his first me character on the Nintendo Switch. We might have made one for him on like the Wii. I can't remember if we made one for him on the Wii or not, but I definitely made one for him on the Nintendo Switch. And he thought that was just the greatest thing ever. I played EQ and fed a baby. When my son was like 1 or less, like a baby, I was actually playing and streaming Assassin's Creed. I had a bottle in his mouth, right? And then I had a controller. I was playing with the controller on my PlayStation. And I was playing and streaming it while he was drinking his bottle. That was fun. People were like, "Oh my God, you're letting your kids see Assassin's Creed?" I'm like, dude, he's like 8 months old. He doesn't know what the heck's happening. And he's like half asleep. I don't know what the heck's going on. Which Assassin's Creed? Man. That would have been in the PS4 days. Maybe Black Flag. I don't remember. I don't remember which one it was. Whichever Assassin's Creed came out back in what, 2013-ish? Yeah, around 2013. Or thereabouts. My 1-year-old cheers me with her water bottle. Oh, I love it. I love it. Man, I love kids. Kids are fun. Then they become teenagers. And they suck. Nah, kids are great. Even the teenagers are great. They start to get a little bit of an attitude, but they're still fun. Love Black Flag. That was a great one. I think Black Flag might have been the best one. It was my favorite. I really enjoy Assassin's Creed games. I don't know why they get kind of like a bad rap for some reason. I don't understand why. Shadowbane is on Steam now. Shadowbane. Isn't that an MMORPG? My son eventually played Ark with me. Oh, yeah? Ark would be a fun one to play with the kiddo. It'd be fun. I warned the server. He said for PvP, everyone is so nice. Yeah, I played Ark with friends. Like, I don't play it PvP. That's the game you can make your own servers, right? Like, build bases and such in that Ark? Old school? Yeah, okay, I remember that game now, yeah. I haven't played that game in forever. I don't think I played it very much. Massive bases? Yeah, I remember, like, we had some crazy big bases in Ark. And then my buddy had, like, all sorts of dinosaurs and stuff. Flying dinosaurs and all sorts of craziness going on. Ark was fun. Fed animals for 3 hours every day? That sounds about right. Sounds about right. I just hit level 10 on my fighter and got dual wield. Do you have any tips on deciding on weapons? I assume sword and board when tanking. No, don't do sword and board. But when a DPS roll, do you go two-hander, dual wield? How do you compare DPS between... Okay. Definitely don't do right now anyway. Don't do sword shield. It's not worth it. The amount of mitigation you get from the shield is not going to make up for the amount of DPS loss you have for going dual wield or two-handed. I would say as far as the two-handed or dual wield, you just look at the damage delay ratio of your weapons and kind of factor that. So dual wield, generally speaking, is going to be better. So if you don't want to do all the math calculations and stuff, just go dual wield and slap a couple weapons in there and have at it. And you're probably going to be better. But what you do is you find the damage delay ratio between the weapons. So take your damage on the weapon, divide it by the ratio, and you're going to get a number. The closer that number is to 1 or over 1, the better. And then if you have dual wield, you basically add them together. You don't, that's not 100% the calculation, but you basically add them together. So what I would do is my weapon is 14 divided by 35, which gives you like 0.4. And then I would take 12 divided by 35, and that would give me like 0.3 something, like 0.33. So I have 0.73 approximately for these two weapons. And then take a two-handed weapon and kind of do the same thing. Your two-handed weapons are going to be like closer to 0.5. And your one-handed weapons are going to be like 0.3 at lower level. But yeah, the closer you are to 1, the better. I don't think there's anything... There's only one weapon in the game that is over... I don't think there's anything in the game that's over a 1 ratio. That I know of. But yeah, the closer you get to a 1 ratio, the better. Look at that. Stamina. Nice. What about a bow? Same thing for a bow, but for but I would only look at that for archers and rangers. Your bow damage doesn't matter for anybody else other than archer or ranger, and it really only matters for the archer. Ranger if you're doing a lot of range attacks, but they probably don't. Rogues any good? Need work. They need work. Lots of work. Anyone know where I can find Toma the Two-Faced? Toma the Two-Faced. That sounds very familiar. And Ashira Raiders. I'm in Shaded Dunes, but can't find them. Oh, yeah. Go down the beach. That's where Toma the Two-Faced is. So go to the ocean or whatever, to the water. Run down the beach all the way down to the end of the beach. And there's a camp of smugglers down there that turn into were-rats at night. And those smugglers, any of those smugglers, can spawn as Toma the Two-Faced. Or any of the were-rats can also spawn as Toma the Two-Faced, but he's a were-rat. That's why he's Toma the Two-Faced. What about the Raiders? Ashira Raiders? You can find those anywhere where Ashira are. I would say Telekir, you're going to find the most of them inside of Telekir. I only see warrior, shaman, outlooker, or something. Yeah, they'll be inside. Probably inside of Telekir is where you need to go. They'll be in there somewhere. I don't remember exactly where they are in there, but they're in there somewhere. Is that the hidden area? I mean, you can get to it through the hidden area. There's 2 ways into Telekir. So like going through the mirage or whatever, the sand mirage wall thing. Go through that and just keep going all the way through to the back, and that'll take you into the back entrance of Telekir, and that's where all of the Ashira are, is back there. Yep, no worries. Man, I am getting tired. I'm getting a bit of a headache. I think I haven't had caffeine. I was a dum-dum and drank coffee a couple times while I was out of town. And now I'm getting caffeine headaches. Needs burped in a nap? I definitely need burped in a nap. I could use burped in a nap like every day. I wish I was a kid. I would be so happy. Probably gonna have to give up caffeine. I mean, I encourage it. I don't like drinking caffeine. Because when I drink caffeine, I end up getting caffeine headaches that make me need to drink more caffeine, and I don't like that feeling. So, yeah. At 52, for some reason, caffeine has started to mess with my stomach. Oh, God dang it. And I got 2 again. I never did before. Doc said I might have to give it up. That's a bummer, dude. That is a bummer. Wow, that crippling blow just did 153 damage. Look at that. Let's see if we can find it. That. Crippling blow, 153. Oh, another crippling blow, 153. Dang, dude. I'm a beast. I'm so strong. There's a 217 in there? I didn't see the 217. I think the most damage I've ever done, and that's with a two-handed weapon, it was on the alpha, was like 500 or something. With just a normal melee attack. Ridiculous. It was a really good two-handed weapon. Okay. Fine with me. Yeah, I'm getting tired of doing it too. This is awful. Alright. Alright, let's see if we can get people together to do something fun. Hello? Andy, you there? Or Kaz? Do you guys want to do stuff? I think Esar's getting tired of he's getting tired of just leveling here. Power leveling. Boring. Where's Kaz at? Is he on? I don't know. I haven't heard from him. Shira's on, but I don't know what she's doing. What do y'all want to do? Yeah. I kind of wanted to go to do more of the cultists to see if we can get more of those items to craft up the cloth gear, see what it is. But that was my only suggestion. I don't know what the stats are, so I have no clue. But have we seen what the items that drop there now? The other from those other mobs? Well, we did them the other day, but we didn't. I don't know if we saw anything new off of them. So yeah. Huh? What'd you say? I didn't hear you. Yeah. We saw a necklace, which is the same as it was. We got the ranged item, which is the same as it was. Well, slightly better, but we could do that. I haven't heard from Kaz though. I don't know where he is. What classes would you consider a great leveling trio? A tank, a healer, and like an enchanter or DPS. I would say like a fighter or Shadow Knight as your tank, a shaman as a healer, and then like a good DPS as your DPS class. Bangarang's great channel name. Yeah, Bangarang is our is the channel that a buddy of mine made a long time ago. It's what we've been using for probably, I don't know, when did Discord start? 2013 or something? So we've probably been using it 10 or 15 years or something. Without any spoilers, I've seen a guy named Elias around? Yeah, I know where Elias. I'll send her a tell. Elias. Where do I know Elias from? I know that name. Druid, Enchanter. Yeah. Druid, Enchanter. That, I mean, that is a good group, yes. Oh, I think she's got her D&D on Mondays. She says she only's got like an hour left or so before she's got to go do stuff. We did not. Very, very poorly. Yeah, it definitely helps. What? Where did you get that from? Oh, there. 58. We're trying to figure out if we're going to do anything or not. Can you not play GAM? Oh, well. Yeah, we can go with the 4 of us. We can just do whatever. We got Andy. He's good DPS. And you're forgetting I got triple attack now. I got, like, you know, crazy DPS. World's best. But yeah, we can go wherever. I don't know what else is going to be good for 4. We could try to go do giants if y'all want to do that. Yeah, I mean, we could find people. We can try to do, like, giants, though. There's a 55 necro looking for group. And that's it. That would be, like, close to our level. You played Pantheon some, didn't you? Yeah, I've played Pantheon more than I played Monsters and Memories. I played Pantheon a lot. I mean, I don't care. It's whatever now. Like, all right, we can run to giants. All right, I'm just gonna train out. Are you just gonna gate, Isar? All right, I'm gonna start running now. Then, you ready to go or? You say you're going to invis or just want to train it?